Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move under Standing Order 12.5 that the proceedings of today's sitting be exempted from the provisions of the Standing Order Hours of Sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings of today's sitting be exempted from the provisions of the Standing Orders Hours of Sitting in accordance with Section 12, subsection 5. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Men of contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move that a bill for an act to provide for the services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2015 be read a first time. The object of this bill is to sanction the appropriation of an amount of $971,208,767 from the Consolidated Fund for meeting the expenditure on the services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in respect of the year ending the 31st day of December 2015. I so move.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2015 be read a first time. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Men of contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move that a bill for an act to provide for the services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2015 be read a second time.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill for an act to provide for the services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the year ending on the 31st day of December 2015 be read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And many of the contrary opinions say no. The ayes have it. Give it.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I was scheduled to deliver this budget address on the afternoon of Monday, January the 12th, 2015. A horrific tragedy which occurred at Rock Gutter, located between Fancy and Owia, on the morning of January the 12th, changed it all. The convening of Parliament was tentatively postponed for one day. And then after further consultations with Cabinet colleagues, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, His Excellency the Governor-General and the Honourable Speaker, the postponement was extended to a period after the funeral for our loved ones who died in that tragic accident. So here we are today, January the 28th, 2015, at the commencement of our annual budgetary exercise in accordance with our nation's constitution and statute law, having passed the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2015 in this Honourable House on December the 22nd, 2014. Mr. Speaker, on the early morning of January 12, 2015, 21 of our nationals boarded a minibus at Fancy. 18 of them were secondary school students bound for their respective schools at Georgetown, North Union, and Kingstown. Less than 20 minutes later, the minibus careened off the road and plunged over a rocky precipice into the raging seas. 5 of our students who were on the minibus died, and 2 are still missing, presumed dead. 11 of our students and the 3 adults, the driver, the conductor, and a staff nurse in training as a specialist midwife, survived. We recall by name the students who are dead. Jamali and Jamal Edwards and Anik Alexander of the North Union Secondary School, Raquel Ashton of the Georgetown Secondary School, and Glenroy Michael of the St. Vincent Grammar School. Our students who are missing and presumed dead are Chanstasia Stay of the North Union Secondary School and Simonique Ballantyne of the Georgetown Secondary School. 10 of our 11 surviving students are from the North Union Secondary School, namely Unique Michael, Christy Bowens, Odysseus T., Tayana Bowens, Terrell Thomas, Israel Roberts, Danny Michael, Rutan Bowens, Shemroy York, and Orlando Lewis. The 11th student who survived the tragic accident is Condian Sterling of the Georgetown Secondary School. All 3 adults aboard the minibus survived. Ravenan Nanton, the driver, Ehud Myers, the conductor and lessee of the minibus, and Shellan Hoyt, a qualified nurse. Mr. Speaker, if I may just say this, that Mr. Myers was discharged from the hospital yesterday, so the only one who is still remaining in the hospital is Orlando Lewis. Mr. Speaker, each of the students who met his or her death, and each of the 2 missing students was a special jewel of our civilization. Each had a special gift. Each possessed an especial talent, and each had an ambition to succeed and to make fully manifest the blessings and potential that Almighty God had so generously bestowed. Their deaths have made their families, the community of Fancy, and our nation much poorer. A void of indescribable magnitude has been created and will take many years, if ever, to be filled. The grieving parents, the community of Fancy, and our nation are pained and anguished. The massive turnout at their funeral and remembrance service last Sunday, January the 25th, is an indicative memory of our loss. It's an indicative testimony of our loss. Everywhere on that day in Fancy and elsewhere in our country, the faces of men, women, and children of sense and sensibility were strained and anxious. The healing process would be long and difficult, but with God's enduring help, we will be redeemed and made whole. Some sooner, others later. The surviving students and adults, their families, friends, and those who care for them will require our continued support. The physical injuries of the survivors range from severe to moderate and mild. But in each of their hearts and their minds, the remembrances and mental scars of the tragedy will not be easily healed or mended. Counseling, love, and support in every way possible are requisites in this process of healing and mending. Each survivor and each family of the dead, the missing, and those who are thankfully still with us, each of them is in a different circumstance and condition amidst similarities. So the similar, the different, and all the demanding conditions must be attended. The manner in which we buried the dead and remembered the missing last Sunday is a tribute to our civilization. Our civilization, too, must measure up to the requisite of life and living. Accordingly, our government is elaborating a restoration and development program for Fancy, to be finalized and implemented in concert with the families of those who were directly touched by the tragedy, the community of Fancy, and civil society, including the churches which serve that community. Initiatives already being undertaken by the government in this program include the following: the delivery of counseling services to all the families and survivors on an ongoing basis, the focused attention to the health recovery of the injured, the speedy provision to the surviving students of all basic materials required to resume their education, the uniforms, the books, the stationery, the school supplies, the laptops, the tablets, and the like. A new school bus, a 30-seater, to be run by the state has already been ordered and is scheduled for the delivery within 3 weeks. Meanwhile, a minibus has been contracted to provide transportation services. A new cemetery has been consecrated, and our deceased students were buried there last Sunday. The access road has been rehabilitated and will be further improved, and the delivery of other individual support services. Each of the surviving students who do not as yet receive a monthly support payment will receive one, sufficient for their education and sustenance. This is of utmost urgency. Moreover, a commitment is being given by the government to each student to finance his or her further education and training at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College and beyond, at the University of the West Indies, or at a comparable cost at any other university, provided, of course, that the student meets the requisite matriculation qualifications for entry to college or university. Mr. Speaker, I have already written to every one of these surviving 11 students, outlining our commitment to them, as well as written to the parents of all those who are dead or missing, and to the 3 surviving adults. Those letters were hand-delivered to them yesterday. Mr. Speaker, this special development program for Fancy itself has to be elaborated and implemented with urgency. This program will include physical infrastructure facilities such as village roads and footpaths, housing, sustainable livelihood projects, and the improvements in the facilities for primary and adult education, health services, sports and culture. These facilities have been upgraded over the past several years, but more is still left to be done. Mr. Speaker, the community of Fancy, including the affected families in the tragedy, has requested that a fitting memorial be erected for the students who died. I agree. So too must one be constructed in memory of our 12 loved ones who perished in the Christmas Eve disaster of 2013. We intend to proceed promptly on these. Still, I reiterate that the most enduring and loving memorial to all those who have died in these tragedies is not to be found in monuments of stone or marble, but in our hearts and our minds, in our lives and our living. These tragedies are tests of our nation's resolve and our faith in God. We have been meeting these tests as they arose in December 2013. And I am confident that we will meet these tests arising from the rock gutter tragedy. What we cannot pursue by reason, we shall do so by faith, in full assurance that Almighty God will not forsake us. He will keep his promise to us of lifting his righteous right hand always to help us. I sincerely believe that. This tragedy serves as another reminder for us to live better with each other and in national unity, devoid of political bitterness or the rancor of religious rivalries. To be sure, policy differences cannot and should not be swept under the proverbial carpet. But at all times, we ought to contain our disputes and contentions in such a manner as to elevate us, not to damn us. I am hopeful that this budget debate would contribute to this uplifting quest. Mr. Speaker, I thank all who in one way or another contributed to the search and rescue efforts and the process of healing, mending, and comforting. The agencies of the state, members of civil society, and Vincentians of all walks of life have thus far given yeoman and commendable service. There have, in many cases, been some remarkable and even heroic contributions, which our government is resolved to recognize suitably. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Budget 2015 is likely to be the last national budget before the next general elections, which constitutionally can be held up to its outer limits in March 2016. This is my 14th budget as Minister of Finance, a not inconsiderable number, and God's willing is unlikely to be my last. The central theme for this year's budget is Quote, continuing the quest for wealth and job creation, equity, resilience, and fiscal consolidation in a small multi-island economy in the midst of exogenous challenges, unquote. The theme encapsulates our targeted goals to uplift the quality of our people's lives and their standard of living at a time of continuing global threats arising from a profound global economic squeeze, unevenness and uncertainty, unusual weather events of a crippling nature, the rapid spread of infectious disease and the growing prevalence of chronic non-communicable diseases, and disturbing and impactful political upheavals internationally. In this context, our quest for enhancing wealth and job creation, achieving equity and social protection, building economic and infrastructural resilience, and securing fiscal consolidation continue to encompass urgent and difficult tasks, but still not beyond us to accomplish. But make no mistake, it is a most challenging journey for a small multi-island economy with an acknowledged scarcity of material resources, weighed under by the legacies of a plantation and colonial political economy. In this cauldron of limitations, there are nevertheless immense possibilities resting. Fundamentally, they do on enhancing our people's productive capacities in the economic and sociocultural sphere, emphasizing healthy lifestyles, utilizing our limited material resources optimally, preventing as far as practicable or reducing markedly homegrown and externally drawn criminal violence, strengthening regional integration, and finding spaces in the hostile international political economy to advance our people's interests and welfare through a principled and pragmatic bundle of external relationships. In this monumental enterprise, quality leadership at all levels, good governance, and national unity under God are essential requisites. Strategically, therefore, we must at one and the same time secure incremental growth and consolidation in all spheres while pursuing the guided structural changes in the economy, infrastructural development, society, and governance arrangements, without which sustained development overall in the people's interest is not possible to be achieved. Metaphorically, small steps will aid our advance generally, but some chasms are so wide that a crossing is possible only with a huge leap. Small steps in those circumstances will plunge you at the bottom of the widening gorge. Caution may be useful, but calculated risks are required. Prudence without enterprise is misery. Austerity is a wrong and dangerous idea when boldness is required. Laziness in thinking or doing is an absence of virtue. Courageous decision-making rather than indecisiveness is to be our watchword. A strenuous life is preferable to ignoble ease. Learned helplessness is to be eschewed. And counting our blessings one by one is a redemptive grace which will forever trump a damning negativism and ingratitude. Mr. Speaker, the global economy is yet to recover from the worst international recession for nearly 100 years. The major economies are still reeling from the global economic meltdown of 2008 and its consequences thereafter. To be sure, the economy of the United States of America ended the year 2014 stronger than it began, but its growth was still modest, though improving. The economies of Europe and Japan are at one level or another, remaining the throes of an economic crisis. The growth rate in the economies of China, India, Russia, Brazil, Turkey, Mexico, and Argentina has slowed. In some cases, the slowdown has been swift and dramatic. Indeed, all of these economic travails have caused a fall in global demand for oil in a period of increased supply, occasioning thus a continuous drop in oil prices from nearly US $120 per barrel in August 2014 to under $60 US per barrel today. Informed observers insist that this decline in oil prices is not a temporary market blip, but is likely to stabilize at a low or lower level for a prolonged period of time. This is good economic news for non-oil producing countries, such as St. Vincent and the Grenadines, despite the likely decline of our country's concessionary financing arrangements with Venezuela under Petrocaribe. The regional economies, Mr. Speaker, particularly those which are tourism-based, have been experiencing since 2008 low or no growth, rising public debt burdens, and increasing fiscal challenges. In many cases, the real economy is yet to return to pre-2008 levels, and the mounting fiscal deficits have shackled public finances in several countries in the region. Both within and without the member countries of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, some governments have had to fashion formally structural adjustment or related programs in order to access conditionalities based loans from the International Monetary Fund. In CARICOM, the three countries which have been able to ride out the global economic storm and its knock-on effects without too much discomfort have been the petroleum and natural gas-based economy of Trinidad and Tobago and the largely primary commodity-based economies of Guyana and Suriname on the South American mainland. Even for them, the journey has been bumpy, and Guyana and Suriname have not been able to propel their economies significantly upward from a comparatively low-level material base. Within the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has performed better than average in terms of real economic growth, its fiscal consolidation, its debt to GDP levels, and the stability of its financial institutions, especially its indigenous banks, in the period since 2008 to 2009. By the end of 2013, St. Vincent and the Grenadines had been restored to its level of real output of pre-2008. Several member countries of the currency union are yet to make up for the economic decline, particularly as recorded in the years 2009 to 2012 inclusive. The comparative data of the economic performance of the currency union countries since 2008 and continuing are publicly available. I have presented these comparative numbers in successive budget addresses, and thus I have no need to canvass them here again. For the year 2014, economic growth for St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been estimated at the very modest level of 1.1% by the recent staff mission of the IMF. This level of growth is essentially flat and problematic. The IMF project a further modest 1.5% real economic growth for 2015 and a more robust 3% economic growth in 2016, consequent upon the opening of the Argyle International Airport. The year 2014 has been a particularly challenging one for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, beyond the pre-existing limitations and challenges. The devastating storm of December 2013, which accounted for an estimated damage and loss of $330 million Eastern Caribbean dollars, or 17% of our gross domestic product. This storm hampered any hitherto anticipated economic recovery. The harsh socio-economic effects of this natural disaster were compounded by the prolonged drought of January to May 2014, by the further marked reduction of labor output owing to the debilitating chikungunya disease, and by the deleterious impact of the temporary but prolonged cessation of the private sector development project in Kanawhan due to unresolved differences thus far between the two principal partners in the Kanawhan development, which employs some 400 workers in construction. I shall discuss all this in more detail when I reflect on the condition and prospects of our major productive sectors. Mr. Speaker, our nation has over the past 14 or so years invested heavily in education and training at all levels. This phenomenal investment in education is not one which provides returns in the short term, but already the socio-economic benefits are being witnessed for the individual beneficiaries and the society as a whole. Without this education revolution, there was and is no real hope of socio-economic advancement. This investment in education has been buttressed and is now being accelerated in breadth and depth in health, wellness, and the environment. Healthy, longer living individuals who are well trained and educated for national, regional, and global economy are poised, all other things being equal, to create more wealth for themselves, their families, and the nation. The enhancement of the physical infrastructure, including airports, seaports, competitive and accessible energy, including renewable energy, roads, bridges, sea and river defenses, housing, facilities geared to climate change resilience, and the widespread and productive utilization of information technology facilitate the building of a modern, competitive, many-sided post-colonial economy in the people's interest. Crisscrossing these fundamentals of ensuring the creation of a top-notch, educated, trained, and healthy labor force, and the efficacious build-out of the physical infrastructure and the information technology networks, are the practical policies touching and concerning sound financial intermediation, social protection and inclusiveness, poverty reduction, air and sea transport, efficient public administration, socio-cultural and sporting upliftment, justice and public order, deepening regional integration and internationalist solidarity, citizen security, disaster preparedness, and good governance, including a sensible management of public finances. This composite package of solid public policies and programs within a social democratic framework and the daily affirmation of God's suzerainty spur enhanced investment in the productive sectors of the economy. The investment, Mr. Speaker, for enhanced production, productivity, and living comes from four central sources, namely domestic, private, and public sector savings, foreign direct investments, remittances from abroad, and external grants and soft loans. Our government has avoided, save and except to the most minimal extent, the burden of financing public sector development through commercially based loans, especially those raised on the foreign money market. These in their totality have been the public policies since March 2001, which have driven our government and the Vincentian people on its balanced, enterprising, and strategic developmental path. These are the public policies which have been yet again enunciated with freshness and creativity in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines National Economic and Social Development Plan 2013 to 2025, which was unveiled just over a year ago. These policies flow from 5 strategic goals: re-engineering economic growth, enabling increased human and social development, promoting good governance and increasing the effectiveness of public administration, improving the physical infrastructure, preserving the environment and building resilience to climate change, and building national pride, identity, and culture. Under these 5 strategic goals are detailed in the aggregate 38 strategic objectives. The plan further elaborates an integrated checklist of the major policies and programs designed to achieve the 38 strategic objectives under the 5 strategic goals. It is all set out in 146 pages in language of clarity, not obfuscation. The 2015 budget, including the 2015 estimates, which this Honorable House approved on December the 22nd, 2014, contain the programmatic thrust for 2015 towards the realization of the strategic goals and objectives of the National Economic and Social Development Plan, which is targeted to take us from now to 2025, another 10 years. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear and honest about one thing. There is no other plan on offer, save and except that of our government. Undoubtedly, some may urge a bundle of hopscotch disparate proposals, lacking a compelling developmental narrative, and possessed of no clarity of vision or philosophical coherence. Indeed, one hears and reads noisy proclamations of the necessity of doing something different. But what is hailed as different is not better. It is worse. Sometimes this glib used car salesman canard is lofted under the banner of run something new. But their new is in fact a pre-existing older malaise. It is essentially backward in that it looks forward to the past. No strategic renewal of merit is offered for the future by those who echo the outdated siren songs of the past. Our government, in an era of extraordinary external challenges, has been focused and successful in its elaboration and practical implementation of its people-centered vision, its philosophy of social democracy applied to our circumstances, its sociocultural quest for the further ennoblement of our Caribbean civilization and its splendid Vincentian component, its building of a modern, competitive, many-sided post-colonial economy in its national, regional, and global interconnectedness, and its strategic goals, objectives, detailed policies, and programs. Still, Mr. Speaker, we are not yet out of the proverbial woods. Hard, smart, productive work has to be the order of the day. In my presentation today, my overarching commentaries will be on 20 core subjects. The following: the productive economic sectors, citizen security, health and wellness, tertiary education, roads and bridges, disaster preparedness and climate change, housing and community services, poverty reduction and zero hunger, good governance, urban renewal, including the proposed modern city at Arnesville, the Argyle International Airport, seaport development, Vinlek and energy, including the game-changing geothermal energy project, sports and recreation, CLECO and BICO, the national insurance services, financial sector stability, public debt management, the fiscal measures for 2015, and the financing of the 2015 budget. Mr. Speaker, the honorable ministers responsible for the various portfolios will, of course, address mainly, though not solely, their subject responsibilities. The Social and Economic Review for 2014, that is up to September 2014, the first 9 months, appended hereto, it's in the speech, and forms part of my presentation, provides detailed information of relevance for honorable members' deliberations on the budgetary proposals for 2015 and the general socio-economic condition of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I turn, Mr. Speaker, to the productive sectors. The main productive sectors of the economy are agriculture and fisheries. tourism, manufacturing, construction, transport, air, sea, and roads, banking and finance, wholesale and retail trade, education and health services, electricity and telecommunications, water and solid waste services, and public administration. The respective contribution of these subsectors to the gross domestic product are sketched in the annex in the economic review. Wealth and job creation through the productive sectors is effected largely by way of the private sector, local and foreign, through the state sector, and to a much lesser degree in the cooperative sector. The state, that is to say the central government and the state enterprises, the state makes a significant contribution to the economy through the ownership and management of resources. For example, water, solid waste services, electricity, lands, part ownership of some manufacturing enterprises, its provision of socioeconomic and infrastructure development directly, and its active facilitation of wealth and job creation by the private and cooperative sectors. Mr. Speaker, it is to be emphasized that in the capital estimates for 2015, $165.6 million, or 55.9% of the total capital budget, is dedicated to the category economic affairs. This investment program is targeted at generating growth, economic growth, and job creation in the main productive sectors of the economy. Projects financed under this heading include the major infrastructural developments in airport construction, roads, bridges, river defenses, information, communications technology, agriculture, and tourism. Planned expenditure on airport development at Argyle for 2015 totals $74.7 million. A sum of $57.52 million, or 34.7% of the capital budget estimated for the functional category economic affairs, or nearly 20% of the total capital budget, is allocated for roads, bridges, and river defenses. This huge emphasis in the budget on upgrading the road networks demonstrates the government's recognition of the economic and social importance of roads and road transport. The more important road projects for 2015 are the rehabilitation of the South Leeward Highway, the construction of 4 bridges on the leeward side of the island by the government of Ecuador, rehabilitation of the Congo Valley Road, the rehabilitation of roads at Carapan and Swamp Gut, the Caratal Bridge and River Defense, road and river defense in South Rivers, the rehabilitation of the bridge at Spring Village, flood reconstruction and rehabilitation, including Ginger Village, and the rehabilitation of village and feeder roads. Mr. Speaker, I just remind honorable members, if they had missed it, we have $57.52 million in the budget for roads. 20% of the capital budget. The main items of scheduled capital spending in the subsectors agriculture, tourism, and information communications technology under the broad category economic affairs are agricultural modernization and development, $4.6 million. Farmers support revolving fund, $6 million. Small business support, flood damage, $500,000. Our route industry revitalization, $500,000. Upgrading of agricultural stations, $600,000. Tourism and private sector development, $6 million. The ICT Center, $800,000. And CASIP, the Caribbean Communication Infrastructure Program, $3 million. Allied to these economic affairs projects are those under environmental protection, and $40.2 million, or 13.6% of the capital budget, go towards environmental protection, and health, $25.2 million, or 8.5% of our 2015 public sector investment plan. These projects, too, add value and resilience to our economy. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2014, an increased number of tourism concessions were granted by the government to construct, expand, refurbish, and/or equip hotel plans. Several hotels expanded in 2014 or are currently under expansion. For example, the Maudstead Group, including the Beckway Beach Hotel, Gideon Brown's Spring Estate Resort, Kelly Glass's Blue Lagoon Hotel and Marina Project, Silke de Silva's Hotel Group, and the Guns Beachcombers Hotel, and the recently proposed $60 million EC, 39 villa development at Spring and Beckway, adjacent to Firefly Hotel. Further, over 150 homeowners have taken advantage of the special concessions to expand homes into apartments so as to accommodate overseas students attending the 4 medical schools in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the students from Ecuador under the anticipated Go Teacher program, which has unfortunately been delayed until September this year. Mr. Speaker, the imminent startup of operations at the Argyle International Airport is driving much of these tourism investments. In the same way that its construction sparked the rollout of the Buckerman Resort, we note that its impending opening later this year has drawn a group of Canadian investors to present a proposal to the government for a US $200 million hotel investment at Mount Twin Peters Hope. Our government has accorded approval in principle for the proposal. The government and the Canadian investors are likely to sign a memorandum of understanding within a few weeks, hopefully before the end of February 2015. Our government has further issued invitations to our domestic investors to join with the government in public-private partnerships, if required, to construct hotels on their own lands or on lands owned by the state in Beckway, Union Island, and on St. Vincent. Some interest has been shown by local investors, but insufficiently so. Accordingly, I reiterate this call for public-private partnerships in the hotel industry, particularly in light of the impending completion and startup operations of the Argyle International Airport. Meanwhile, several foreign investors have expressed practical and urgent interest in hotel development on state-owned lands. I accordingly plead yet again with our domestic investors to come forward soonest to grasp the investment opportunities at hand. There is one continuing major disappointment in the further development of the tourism sector. Concerns the prolonged delay in the fullest flowering of the Canouan development project, particularly the delayed opening of the luxurious Pink Sands Hotel and the slowdown of the construction works at the marina and real estate development at the southern end of Canouan. The single cause of all this has been the dispute between the two major partners in the Canouan development. I am optimistic, however, that a resolution is at hand. Our government is continuing to urge these development partners to settle their differences in their own interests and in the interests of the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 3 weeks ago, and recently again last week, I had reassuring conversations on this matter with the principals concerned. This slowdown in Canouan has had a marked adverse effect on economic growth and job creation in a geographic location where our government has expended huge sums of money to facilitate this very high-quality tourism development. Mr. Speaker, I have been advised about the way in this is the developers, the partners are going to resolve this matter, but I can't speak until they themselves have initialed their agreement, which I've been advised would be very soon. in the manufacturing sector, there has been progress in 2014. The major manufacturing enterprises which produce flour, rice, animal feed, galvanized sheetings, beer and other alcoholic beverages, rum, and agro-products have been performing commendably. And in 2014, the ECGC group of companies relaunched and repackaged the production of the famed juicy soft drinks, creating local value added and 40 jobs. Further, in 2014, approvals were granted to 6 applicants for fiscal incentives in industry. Additionally, duty-free concessions were granted to 14 small businesses, including 6 agro-processors. These businesses had an investment of $8 million and created 74 jobs. In agriculture, a combination of factors have proved burdensome. These include adverse weather conditions in successive years since 2010, that is to say 2 droughts, 1 hurricane, and 2 storms. The almost complete removal in Europe of market preferences for Windward Islands bananas, severe bouts of black sigatoka, haphazard markets, air transport and shipping challenges, and insufficiency of quality arable lands, a damaged network of feeder roads, less than optimal agronomic practices, agricultural labor limitations, uncompetitive farming generally, and excessive predial larceny. All these problematic issues of a homegrown or domestic nature are being addressed on an ongoing basis. The result indicators in the 2015 estimates point to the enhanced and commendable work in the agricultural sector, which presage a turnaround for the better. Objective observers assess significant improvements following the storm of December 2013 and the prolonged drought of January to May 2014. In any assessment of the performance of agriculture, it is always sensible to note that neither government nor any of its agencies is actually engaged in the ownership or management of any farm, save and except for a small experimental farm. In agriculture, it is the business of the government to provide or facilitate access to a range of services and to engender the development of a socio-economic framework to assist the farmer in the production and marketing of his or her agricultural products. It is at the end of the day the farmer and his or her workers who produce and market the crops and animals. These independent, hard-working, essentially small farmers, small producers are alive in their practical observation to the wise teaching of the book of the Ecclesiastes. Whoever watches the wind will not plant. Whoever looks at the clouds will not reap. Sow your seed in the morning, and at the evening let your hands not be idle, for you do not know which will succeed, whether this or that, or whether both will do equally well. Mr. Speaker, the recurrent budget of the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Transformation, Forestry and Fisheries and Industry amounts to $22.1 million. Of this sum, the agricultural portfolio itself has an estimated recurrent budget for 2015 of $19.35 million. The agricultural portfolio has 12 broad programs, including extension and advisory services, the Banana Services Unit, the Animal Health and Production Unit, Soil and Water Conservation, Exotic Pest Control, and the Forestry Division. The agricultural portfolio has 147 permanent employees, most of whom are professional staff, including 24 permanent professional staff in the vital extension and advisory services. By comparison, the recurrent budget for the agricultural portfolio in 2001 was $8.15 million, or $10.85 million less than for 2015, but with only 7 fewer permanent staff in 2001 than in 2015. Undoubtedly, the salaries of the permanent staff have been significantly enhanced since 2001. Thus, the nation's farmers expect, not unreasonably, enhanced productive work from the ministry's professionals. The data indicate that agricultural production rebounded after the storm of December 2013 and the 5-month drought in the first half of 2014. For example, banana cultivation is now on approximately 900 acres of land. The informed estimates are that in 2015, there is likely to be an export of 3,000 metric tons for the regional markets. These estimated numbers are marked increases over the years since 2010. Undoubtedly, the control of black sigatoka through the Banana Services Unit, the financial support by way of the state-owned Farmers Support Company, and the renewed interest by farmers contribute to this uplift in banana cultivation. Still, there is no room for complacency. Farmers must produce quality fruit, and the Ministry of Agriculture must continue to keep its eye on the ball with the control of black sigatoka. The farmers can expect continued financial support through a further injection of another $6 million in soft loans in 2015 from the Farmers Support Company through the funding instrumentality of Petrocaribe. This initiative of the government through the Farmers Support Company is all the more significant, Mr. Speaker, when it is realized that during the period January to September last year, only 0.2% or just $2.4 million of commercial bank credit was extended for investment in farming. Yes. Thus, the back-to-back allocation by the Farmers Support Company in 2014 and 2015 of $12 million is of real importance. There have been two promising developments in the production of root crops, fruits, vegetables, animals, the cattle, pigs, sheep, goats, and poultry. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture will provide details. The year 2015 too will see further efforts to develop sustainably the arrowroot and cocoa industries, despite the closure of the Amajaro initiative in cocoa. Progress too has been made in the fishing industry, but not as much as ought to have been the case. Our government has policies in place to assist fishers in the development of their fleet and their skills. I urge them to work closely with the Fisheries Division in these respects. I again call on the private sector to join with the government in a public-private partnership to operate the fishing complexes, including the Kingston Fish Market, as viable commercial enterprises. I thank the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Chamber of Industry and Commerce, which only last week confirmed to me their deep interest in partnering with the government in the operations of the Kingston Fish Market. Mr. Speaker, a growing area of economic activity is that of the provision of educational services to overseas students. Nearly 700 students, the overwhelming number from overseas, are currently enrolled at the 4 international medical schools in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The former Kingston Medical College had an annual enrollment of under 250 students as an offshoot of the St. George's Medical School in Grenada. Our government anticipates that with the opening of the medical complex at Georgetown within the next 12 months, there will be another top-notch facility for the practical training of medical and other health personnel. Accordingly, it is expected that will continue. The presence of these overseas students and their families adds significantly to foreign currency expenditure for accommodation, food, drink, transportation, and local employment. Our government's active pursuance of the Go Teacher program with the government of Ecuador to teach their students English as a second language opens up more opportunities for sale of educational and allied services. Mr. Speaker, I say here, parenthetically, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, who is not here, he is currently in Costa Rica representing the government and people of St. Vincent and Grenadines at the summit of the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean. And there are several bilateral matters he has to raise with different governments, but one which he has instructions from me to address with the Ecuadorian foreign minister is this very matter of the Go Teacher program and for us in going forward. The foreign minister would be back sometime on Friday evening, Mr. Speaker, so he'll be here to make his contribution on Monday. If I may say also parenthetically, I've been advised that the Honourable Member for North Leeward, who is slightly indisposed, should be here sometime during the course of the debate to make his contribution. I do hope so, and I hope he recovers to full health. Mr. Speaker, in discussing the broad area of the productive sectors, we must take cognizance of the fact that St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been accorded a commendable grading by the relevant international agencies which are charged with the responsibility for assessing indices of business-related friendliness, such as ease of doing business, perception of corruption, and good governance generally. The 2014 Doing Business Report, authored by the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation, assessed the ease of doing business in 189 countries. St. Vincent and Grenadines was ranked 6th overall in the Caribbean. That is to say, CARICOM plus Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, and 82nd globally. This assessment is made on the basis of several indicators, namely the business environment, starting a business, dealing with construction permits, getting electricity, registering property, getting credit, protecting investors, paying taxes, trading across borders, enforcing contracts, and resolving insolvency. Within these indicators are subcategories of assessment. 3 main areas of weaknesses cause our overall commendable ranking not to be higher, not to be better, particularly since in 7 vital areas, St. Vincent and the Grenadines performs quite well. Let us first highlight the 3 main weaknesses. Let us identify them and see how we have to work to improve ourselves there. And then we will talk about the strengths. These weaknesses relate to the ease of registering property. We are ranked 9th in the region, not satisfactory at all. And the regional ranking includes Caribbean and Latin America. I talked just now about Caribbean ranking. But when you do regional now, it's the Caribbean and Latin America. And we are 153rd globally in terms of the ease of registering property. Not good at all. Ease of resolving insolvency. We are ranked last in the region with St. Kitts, Nevis, Grenada, and Haiti. Not good at all. And ease of getting credit. We are ranked 8th regionally and 130th globally. Not good at all. Our relatively low score for ease of registering property is principally because financial institutions and lawyers are enduring bottlenecks in a context where the government has been modernizing the system of land registration through efficacious computerization. Our low ranking on the ease of resolving insolvency is entirely the fault of our government. Although we have commendably enacted a modern insolvency act along the Barbados model, we have been too tardy in not operationalizing this law because of our failure to put the appropriate regulations in place. The Honorable Attorney General has advised me that these regulations have now been drafted and ought to be formally ordered shortly. I notice the Honorable Attorney General has nodded to me. Where we are at fault, I say we are at fault. The relatively low ranking of St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the ease of getting credit, 8th regionally and 130th globally, not good at all, is entirely the fault of the banks and other financial institutions which put too many lengthy and frustrating roadblocks in the way of potential borrowers or investors. Indeed, 1 or 2 banks in our country have become glorified post boxes of their head offices in Barbados and elsewhere. And we have to speak to these things. Let us at the same time, so let me just repeat it, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the question of handling insolvency, those regulations and the operationalize of the law, that's coming right now, shortly. In relation to registering property, the lawyers and the financial institutions have to up their game. And in terms of the ease of getting credit, all of us have to talk about this. This has been so for so long. And we have to, every one of us, push to see that it is better. I mean, in a country like this, mainly agricultural, in terms of the numbers of people involved, just 0.2% of the credit in 9 months last year, just over $2 million to agriculture. I mean, that is an absolute disgrace. So, and let us at the same time highlight the 7 vital areas in which St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been doing comparatively well in the region and globally in the ease of doing business indicators. What are these 7 areas? These are in the following categories: days to start a business, ease in dealing with construction permits, ease of getting electricity, protecting investors, ease of paying taxes, ease of trading across borders, and ease of enforcing contracts. In each of these, St. Vincent and the Grenadines performs well, above the global average, the regional average, and has a commendable global ranking. A few details in these respects make interesting reading. In the category ease of dealing with construction permits, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is ranked 1st in the region and 6th in the world. That's very good. In terms of protecting investors, yes, government, which they say, some say, is a communist government. Protecting investors. In terms of protecting investors, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is ranked 3rd in the region and 34th globally, which is quite a good performance. Under the assessment ease of trading across borders, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is ranking 3rd regionally, that is to say the whole of Caribbean and Latin America, and 38th globally. Not a bad performance. Interestingly, in the latter group, in the broad latter category, ease of trading across borders, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is 1st regionally in the Caribbean and Latin America in the subcategory of the cost of exporting a container. It costs $585 to export a container from here, and the regional average for Caribbean and Latin America is $1,033. Latin America by itself has an average of $1,454 per container, per export of container. And the rich OECD countries, the average cost is $1,070. The average cost of importing a container has St. Vincent and the Grenadines at fourth place in the region at US $1,425, commendably below the regional average for Caribbean and Latin America of US $1,729. That's one of the reasons why we need to make our ports better, and we'll talk about that shortly. All the relevant stakeholders, including the government and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Chamber of Industry and Commerce, must work together to reduce our weaknesses and improve our strengths in the ease of doing business. In the case of the government, the policies are quite business-friendly, but administrative hiccups and inefficiencies create unwarranted difficulties. Mr. Speaker, it is rightly and widely acknowledged that corruption undermines business competitiveness, distorts the cost to the consumer of goods and services, militates against the poor, and harms society generally. Our government has taken a strong stance against official corruption in principle and in practice. Our government's practical efforts have been globally recognized by other governments and international agencies. In December 2014, Transparency International published its anti-corruption index relating to the perception of corruption. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines has a good ranking at 27th globally out of 180 countries assessed in terms of the perception of corruption. Our score out of a possible 100 was 67. Over 2/3 of the countries assessed worldwide scored under 50%. In 2013, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was ranked 33rd with a score of 62 out of the 100. St. Vincent and the Grenadines was one of 3 countries worldwide that had its previous score improved in 2014 by the maximum of 5 points. And it was the only country which hitherto had a score over 60 that improved its score by so much in 1 year. Among CARICOM member states, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was ranked 3rd, behind Barbados and the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we all would recall that from early in our administration, the international community was commending us for our efforts as we pronounced policies to stamp out official corruption. As a tangible measure, the British government in August 2001 pointedly granted St. Vincent and the Grenadines debt relief under the Commonwealth Debt Initiative, which it had hitherto denied the predecessor government, because of our government's strategic and practical measures to tackle official corruption, rein in money laundering, clean up the offshore finance sector, and reduce poverty. Over the years, too, the World Bank has commended our government for its enhanced good governance and its pursuit of economic freedoms. The internationally acclaimed agencies of Freedom House and Reporters Without Borders have accorded St. Vincent and the Grenadines under our administration commendably high scores for its economic freedoms and freedom of the press, respectively. The recent quite favorable assessment of our country by Transparency International in terms of its perception of corruption index has further boosted the confidence of business people, foreign and local investors, and our citizens that our government is deeply committed to stamping out any official corruption and keeping its governance clean. An independent, transparent tendering process through the Tenders Board, which now publishes its award of tenders annually, ensures that the procurement of goods and services by the central government is devoid of corrupt practices. Still, that very sound process needs to be further fortified by a comprehensive procurement law, which would include an insistence on an arm's-length procurement exercise in every state-owned enterprise, an ideal to which our government has already in practice been striving. To this end, our administration is currently finalizing the Public Procurement Bill and regulations for enactment in early 2015. Mr. Speaker, on more than one occasion over the past 2 years, in Parliament and outside, I have been strong in my urgings for the Customs and Excise Department to be more customer-friendly. I am aware that custom officers have a difficult task in making sure that the revenues due on international trading transactions are collected in accordance with law. Undoubtedly, there is evidence that some importers seek to beat the system, and the customs officers must therefore be vigilant. Still, there is a requisite always for balance, good sense, and customer friendliness. In early December 2014, I had the senior customs staff and the Director General of Finance and Planning in a lengthy discussion precisely on these and related issues. 3 weeks ago, too, I chaired a meeting with the senior management of Customs and the Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Discussions between them are continuing on this issue. This morning I received a quite favorable 15. Improvements would be in evidence. I would be disappointed if marked improvements were not forthcoming. In particular, it is expected that a refocused comprehensive risk management program at Customs and Excise would be elaborated in practice. This risk management exercise ought to provide for the selection of high-risk traders and shipments, and the facilitation of release of goods in specified timeframes so as to reduce delays and traders' inconvenience. Mr. Speaker, the IMF staff mission, in its published concluding statement, consequent on its recent Article 4 consultation, rightly highlighted the matter of monies owed to the private sector by the government for goods and services provided, and the corresponding indebtedness to the government by the private sector for revenues due. In some cases where the private sector creditor and debtor in its relationship to the government are one and the same, an exchange of checks is a sensible solution. In other cases, the government must pay its private sector debts, and those who owe the government the properly levied taxes, including arrears, must also pay. I have been advised by the Comptroller of Inland Revenue that over $200 million is owed to the Treasury in tax arrears, interest, and penalties. The government owes the domestic private sector approximately $18 million. I am determined to have all these outstanding sums owed on both sides satisfied. It would be a boon to both the private sector and the fiscal condition of the government. I turn to the Argyle International Airport. Mr. Speaker, the Argyle International Airport, God's willing, will be completed this year and ready for operation. This massive historic project, the largest in the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, will forever be a premier exemplar of our nation's creativity, faith in our capacity to achieve monumental tasks, a most extraordinary interface with nature in the shaping of, not the spoiling, our physical environment in the interest of our people's development, and a noble manifestation of regional and international solidarity. In this and more, Almighty God has held our hands and blessed us. To him we give the glory. The voluminous earthworks to prepare the airport's site began on August the 13th, 2008. The critics then, who are the same critics today, asserted that our government had embarked upon an impossible dream which would never be achieved. I personally was excoriated in the most derisive and dismissive terms. Some of the kinder denunciations of me, Mr. Speaker, were that I was a Vincentian Don Quixote, tilting at imaginary windmills in a veritable state of permanent hallucination. That I was completely devoid of any sense of reality in pursuing this presumed folly, which they insisted was unachievable. Over the past 6.5 years, these critics in Parliament and outside would oscillate between this or that reason for their unimaginative and wrong-headed opposition. Never once in this honorable House have the opposition, the parliamentary opposition, supported our government in appropriating monies for the airport's construction. Monies which were always grants or soft loans, earmarked solely for the airport's construction. On the eve of the 2010 general elections, they shifted their stance somewhat to accommodate the gathering political winds. But after their electoral defeat, they again resumed their full throttle opposition, as manifested in their parliamentary vote against the Supplementary Appropriation Bill of 2012, which contained one purpose: the appropriation of monies to complete the airport's construction. And nobody can doubt that one, because we didn't have a voice vote. We had a division in the House. And every member of the opposition said no. When I came for the approximately $200 million to complete. Mr. Speaker, I invite the journalists to check the Hansard. Mr. Speaker, I am duty-bound to deliver to this honorable House a summary progress on the Argyle International Airport project as at December the 31st, 2014, in respect of both the airside works and the landside facilities. The airside works include principally the earthworks, the Yambu River and other drainage systems, the pavement works, the airfield lighting, related activities connected to the design unit, the quality control systems, wind studies, and the regulatory oversight of the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority, ECA. The landside facilities include mainly the passenger terminal building, the control tower and navigational aids, the aircraft rescue and firefighting station and equipment, the cargo terminal, the aircraft hangar and fixed-based operations, the airport access and circulation roads and parking lot, other access roads, and landscaping. On each of these specific matters, the International Airport Development Company, IADC, has accomplished much more over the past year, and given its programmed works for 2015, our government has been assured that the airport's construction would be completed for opening before the end of 2015. We accept these assurances as reasonable. In addition to the airside works and landside facilities are other vital matters on which good progress has been made in 2014. These include centrally environmental issues such as the relocation of the petroglyphs, the process for that, blasting operations, dust management, and land use planning, marketing and management of the airport, communication and promotion, and the project cost and financing. Mr. Speaker, the earthworks are now 97% complete. And the earthworks which remain to be done will be carried out without any real inconvenience to the parallel airside works. These earthworks are scheduled to be completed by the end of March 2015. Works on the Yambu River drainage systems are programmed for completion by the end of April 2015 to allow for the asphalt pavement works on that section of the runway to be done. The ongoing works on other drainage systems continued during 2014 and are substantially advanced. These are programmed to be completed by the end of the first quarter of this year. The pavement works have already commenced with the placement of base and sub-base for the runways, aprons, and taxiways. The asphalt pavement works and the concrete works on the aerodrome are programmed to be completed by the end of May 2015. The process of installing the airfield lighting has begun and is progressing well. And the wind studies continue. The data show thus far no crosswind sufficient to affect the safe operation of the Argyle Airport for the smallest aeroplanes, that is, those whose reference field length is less than 1,200 meters. In the first half of 2015, the IADC will again provide all the up-to-date wind data and analysis for public information. Immense progress continues on the landside facilities. Mr. Speaker, the terminal building and electrical substation facilities were substantially complete by the end of December 2013 and were handed over to the IADC by the construction company, Overseas Engineering and Construction Company, OECC of Taiwan. Recently, the IADC entered into another contract with the OECC for additional works to the passenger terminal building, mainly to effect a modification to allow for the connection of two passenger boarding bridges. Meanwhile, all the equipment and furniture being procured by the IADC for the terminal building will arrive and be installed in time for airport operations to commence after June 2015. All the construction works on the control tower have been completed and the building was handed over to the IADC on December 15, 2014. Aeronav Incorporated of Canada will undertake the retrofitting of the control tower cabin and installation of the airfield navigational lights aids in the first quarter of 2015. The rescue and firefighting station was completed by the contractor and handed over to the IADC on December 18, 2014. IADC has also procured from Oshkosh in the USA 3 firefighting trucks and equipment. The cargo terminal is programmed to be completed and retrofitted by the third quarter in 2015. IADC has allocated under concession contracts land space to three private firms to construct and operate aircraft hangars. Until this morning, I got a telephone call from one of these companies saying that their plans have been drawn and put into the planning department, and they expect them to come out soon for them to start building their hangars. IADC has also earmarked a parcel of land to be leased to a private firm for the construction of a fixed-based operation to provide specialized service to private jets and high net worth individuals. Construction work is ongoing on the access road to the passenger terminal and cargo terminal buildings and to the public and commercial parking by the end of June 2015. So too the works on the Argyle Gardens roads and the Raraku Mount Pleasant Road. Landscaping work is likely to begin in the second quarter of 2015. In respect of the fuel facility, Rubis plans to complete construction by the end of June 2015. Mr. Speaker, several things can take place at the same time. Mr. Speaker, the marketing of the airport continues apace. Several airlines have expressed interest in adding St. Vincent and the Grenadines to their routes. Air service agreements are expected in the first half of 2015 with several of them. Similarly, plans have been elaborated for finalization in respect of the management of the airport. During the year 2014, the IADC hired 201 new Vincentian workers. Since August 13, 2008, the number of Vincentians employed directly by the IADC on this project has jumped from 53 to 393. Of these, 258 are daily paid field workers, 38 are domestics, and 67 are technical and administrative staff. There are 102 Cubans working on the airport project. Additionally, over the years, private contractors have in the aggregate employed hundreds of Vincentians. The 393 is direct employment, but there are other contracts which private sector had or have, and they employ in the aggregate hundreds of Vincentians. Further, since July 2013, the IADC has been hiring local trucks to assist with the transportation of soils, rocks, and aggregate, and heavy equipment also been hiring to assist with the earthworks. Up to December 14, 2014, the IADC hired 131 trucks and 5 pieces of heavy-duty equipment, and has paid between July 2013 and December 14, 2014, nearly $6 million to the owners of these vehicles. Mr. Speaker, our government has earmarked $74.7 million of the capital budget for 2015 towards the completion of the airport's construction. One portion of this money is the remainder of the US $9.5 million, 25.6 million EC, long outstanding on the US $20 million sale of lands to Canawan developers, which I was reliably advised recently would be paid within 6 weeks or thereabouts. Delays in the timely receipt by the IADC of negotiated resources and excessively inclement weather certainly hamper the pace of construction. As always, our government makes contingency plans in the event of the delay in the drawdown of grants or soft loans. This has been a constant factor in the life of the airport's construction. We are never daunted, not even in the midst of ongoing difficulties, arising from the worst global economic crisis for 100 years, which has been raging since 2008. The estimated cost of the airport's construction has been put at US $270 million, or approximately $729 million. About 70 million US, or 189 million EC, of which represent in-kind contributions. Our government and people are grateful for the kind assistance from several countries, organizations, and financial institutions which have partnered with us on this venture. Our thanks also go out to contributions by civic groups and persons, including in the diaspora, who have made donations amounting to $790,639 in the aggregate. Seaport development. Mr. Speaker, it is axiomatic that high-quality, well-run, comparatively priced seaports are central to the socio-economic development of our small multi-island open economy, for which international trade in goods and services is part of its lifeblood. These are companion entities to the airports, including the Argyle International Airport. There are currently 5 initiatives in the area of seaport development for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Namely, 1, the modification and extension of the CDB Finance St. Vincent and Grenadines Port Rationalization Study Phase 1, which is targeted at the upgrade, modernization, and relocation of the main seaport at Kingstown. 2, the effecting of a study for the elaboration of a project for seaport needs of the entire Grenadines, not only for Bequia as was previously determined. 3, the actual extension of the cruise ship berth in Port Kingstown. 4, the improvement of the port infrastructure at the Camden Park Container Port. And 5, the development of a berth facility at Tafia Bay Canawan, jointly between the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Port Authority and the Canawan developers, the CCA. I shall address in turn briefly each of these initiatives. The scope of the SVG Port Rationalization Study Phase 1 by the consultancy firm Mott MacDonald of the United Kingdom is being extended. The consultants had earlier concluded after careful study that a new modern seaport facility was required to meet our country's needs immediately and in the foreseeable future. They had recommended that the relocation of the seaport to the western end of Kingstown towards Rose Place was the best option of the sites between Kingstown and Camden Park. Upon a diligent review of the study, the CDB concluded with the Port Authority in St. Vincent and the Grenadines that the scope of the study ought to be modified and extended. Accordingly, this modification and extension now include the following tasks. 1. Investigate the feasibility of Arnesville, the area of the E.T. Joshua site, as a possible location for the future seaport development. 2. Provide a development option outlay for the location. 3. Provide preliminary cost estimates for this development option. And 4. Compare the advantages, disadvantages, and cost of the development of the Arnesville site with the already established preferred option of the port study. And 5. Incorporate all findings in the final master plan. I've been advised that the modified study will take a further 14 weeks. Phase 2 of the SVG Port Rationalization on the seaport needs of the entire Grenadines will commence immediately after the completion of the study on the Arnesville site. Funding for this Grenadines study has already been approved by the Caribbean Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, an area of importance urgently in port development is the extension of the cruise ship berth in Port Kingstown. The cruise ship berth, built as recently as 1999, is now assessed to be too short to accommodate over 80% of the cruise ships on order to be delivered in 2016-2017. The current trend is for these modern, longer cruise vessels to be deployed in the Caribbean basin, thus the urgency for us to extend our cruise ship berth. The project to extend the pier has two dimensions. Additional mooring dolphins extending some 50 meters to the south of the pier. 2, the extension of the deck to allow for additional landing and loading bays. The Port Authority is actively pursuing the best approaches to achieve its goals in this project. It is expected too that as a consequence of the pier's extension, the cruise ship terminal itself would have to be enlarged and enhanced to better accommodate the anticipated increase in the number of cruise passengers per vessel. One of the challenges in the project to extend the cruise ship pier is the depth of the water to the southern end of the pier itself. Falling sharply from 30 meters to 50 meters, the depth requires technology that is not generally found in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Florida Cruise Ship Association has been partnering in the discussion on this matter with the Port Authority, the Ministry of Works, and BRAGSA. I expect to receive a final proposal on this project from the Port Authority by the end of the first quarter in 2015. Preliminarily, the visiting experts have advised that the pier extension, not the terminal upgrade, will cost some $6 million. This is just preliminary. Mr. Speaker, the Camden Park Container Port, CPCP, requires urgent refurbishing and strengthening. The CPCP, which now accommodates 85% of all containerized activity in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, has been deteriorating abnormally. The professional advice that the Port Authority has received from several experts, including Eastern Designers, formerly Nova Ports of Canada, points to a substandard construction of the Camden Park Container Port in the first place. The experts indicate that there are weaknesses in the substructure as well as the grade of the concrete mix used. Some areas are showing less than 1/4 of the recommended PSI, the units of pound force per square inch. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines Port Authority is in the process of determining the most cost-effective approach to address the problems identified and swiftly to correct them. So these are two inheritances. Mr. Speaker, the development of a ferryboat at Tafia Bay, Canouan, is of great importance to the people of Canouan, the developers, and the economy of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The project is closely tied to the development of a solid waste management and treatment facility. It is scheduled to begin in the first half of 2015 and is expected to take 16 months to complete. It is being financed by the CCA, one of the developers' companies. Mr. Speaker, as Minister responsible for seaports, I have been insisting that the board, the management, and the other employees of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Port Authority further lift their game so as to enhance productivity, improve efficiency, cut out waste, sharpen competitiveness at the port, and to be more customer friendly. I am aware that seaports are challenging to manage and operate, but too many examples come to me of slipshod, negligent work, and often dysfunctional manifestations at various levels of the enterprise. Although the Port Authority has been sound in its operations and alive to its mandates and challenges, the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines expect a further improved performance from it in 2015. They know that it constitutes a critical component of our country's lifeblood, thus the expectations. I turn to the energy sector, including VINLEC. First, VINLEC. Mr. Speaker, before addressing the energy sector, which is so overwhelmingly important for a modern society and economy, I shall speak preliminarily on VINLEC, the state-owned electricity company. The year 2014, particularly the first 6 months, was quite challenging for VINLEC. The devastating storm of December 24, 2013 had a significant adverse impact on VINLEC's physical plant, its operations, and its finances. As a consequence of the storm, the civil infrastructure at Cumberland and Richmond, at the Cumberland and Richmond hydroelectric plant was destroyed. At South Rivers hydroelectric plant, there was relatively minor damage. VINLEC thus began the year 2014 with its 3 hydroelectric stations in a dysfunctional condition. The damage and loss suffered by VINLEC as a result of the storm was estimated at $9 million. Admirable Herculean efforts by the staff at VINLEC ensured the return of the operations at South Rivers, at the South Rivers plant, by the end of January 2014, and of the various hydroelectric units at Cumberland in a phased manner, 1 in March, a 2nd in May, and a 3rd in June 2014. The Richmond Power Station has not yet returned to an operational state on account of the decision which was taken to effect the hitherto planned rehabilitation of the power plant during this period. The Richmond hydroelectric station is thus scheduled to return to full operations by the 2nd quarter of 2015. To date, VINLEC has spent $2.5 million in repairs to its hydroelectric stations and generously granted a subsidy of $3.5 million up to June the 30th, 2014, so as to defray the increased cost of diesel generation to its customers at a time of national relief, recovery, and reconstruction. VINLEC also has to expend more monies to complete the rehabilitation at Richmond. Mr. Speaker, towards the end of 2013, VINLEC had entered into a contract costing some $8 million for planned rehabilitation of the hydroelectric stations at South Rivers and Richmond. It is expected that the rehabilitation of both stations would be completed during the 2nd quarter of 2015, before the onset of the rainy season. Upon full rehabilitation, the installed generating capacity at Richmond will be 1,100 kilowatts and 960 kilowatts at South Rivers. VINLEC is planning ahead on several fronts. The company has recently completed a 15-year power system development plan. Among other things, this plan explores the needs of the electric power system based on various load growth scenarios and frames the development initiatives to be undertaken in our country. In 2014, electricity sales were affected by the knock-on economic effects locally of the continuing global economic difficulties, the fallout from the storm of December 2013, and the high price of diesel for most of 2014. The messages accordingly getting home to customers of energy conservation and efficiency. Electricity sales for 2014 estimated at 0.6% below the 2013 sales. VINLEC's revenue for 2014 was $137.4 million, but its operational cost plus finance charges were $137.9 million, associated in part with its hydro repairs and subsidy. Thus, VINLEC is expected to return in 2014 a loss of just under $400,000. Mr. Speaker, 2015 is projected to be a better financial year for VINLEC. It is projected to achieve net earnings in 2015 of $4.5 million. Based on the economic forecasting of the Economic Planning Unit of the government and the IMF, VINLEC anticipates an increase in electricity sales arising from an expected increased economic activity. Electricity sales for 2015 are projected to grow modestly at 1.5% over sales of 2014. The fall in oil prices subsequent to the preparation of the company's 2015 budget may impact this projected growth. The fall in oil prices are good news to the consumer. In August 2014, the fuel surcharge to the domestic customer was 58.67 cents per unit, per kilowatt hour. By December 2014, it was 30.7% less at 40.65 cents per unit. In 2015, VINLEC's primary capital infrastructure activity will be the finalization of the rehabilitation at South Rivers and Richmond. On completion, the company would be in a position to operate these plants more efficiently and with a slightly higher energy output and increased reliability. In 2015 too, VINLEC will begin the installation of LED streetlights, following on its pilot project in this regard in 2014. Mr. Speaker, there are approximately 8,000 streetlights in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of which only 90 are LED street lamps, and we see them at Back Street and Casson Hill and the VG Highway. Although these lights are more expensive than the traditional high-pressure sodium lamps in use throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they are more energy efficient. And the LED street lights also provide a higher quality lighting and are projected to last longer. VINLEC's analysis of the matter has led it to the conclusion that it makes economic sense to move gradually to the installation of the LED street lights. Accordingly, as of 2015, all new street lights to be installed will be of the LED variety. At least 250 new LED street lights would be installed. Our government is hopeful that an appropriate external agency would assist in expanding this LED project more aggressively. The second subject under energy is renewable energy. Our government is committed to an efficacious mix of renewable energy in the forms of hydroelectricity, solar, and geothermal. For the time being, no emphasis is being placed on wind or the other sources of renewable energy. Our government's National Energy Policy and Action Plan are located within the frameworks of the CARICOM Energy Policy and the OECS Energy Policy. In turn, our government is linked to other bilateral, regional, hemispheric, and international arrangements on energy of a private sector, non-governmental, and governmental kind. Mr. Speaker, in January 2013, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines signed a letter of intent with Reykjavik Geothermal of Iceland and Light and Power Holdings, LPH, owned by Emera of Canada, to pursue the development of a geothermal project in our country. On May 21, 2015, the three partners to the letter of intent held a kickoff meeting, which included other relevant stakeholders. Following this meeting, a desktop study was completed in June 2013, which included a review of previous geothermal feasibility reports and a further analysis of Vinlec's growth projection and load profile. The desktop study suggested that La Soufrière hosted a high-temperature geothermal reservoir of commercial size, and hence had the potential of generating 10 to 15 megawatts in phase one of the project. However, additional technical data and business information were required to make a preliminary investment decision. Clearly, the challenges to the project also had to be assessed, including the cost associated with the infrastructural improvements required due to the difficult terrain and climate risks. All the technical work thus far on the project has had a substantial cost which has been borne by the consortium of Reykjavik Geothermal and Light and Power Holdings. Consequent upon this further assessment, and with the assistance of the Clinton Climate Initiative, the original letter of intent was amended and extended for a further 6 months. All the terms of this amendment were negotiated by all the parties thereto at the Proskauer Law Firm in New York. Following this, the consortium was engaged in scientific surface exploration in identified areas so as to better delineate the outer boundaries of the geothermal source and identify a potential geothermal plant site. The surface exploration phase ended in December 2013 and included 34 magnetotellurgic and transient electromagnetic sounding sites. That's MT and TEM sounding sites. All collected data were analyzed in Iceland. In December 2013, the Director of Energy, Mr. Ellsworth Dakin, who has been admirably the central administrative driver of this project for the government, visited Reykjavik Geothermal's head office and several geothermal plants in Iceland to gather first-hand knowledge of some of the relevant issues, including environmental concerns associated with geothermal development. On this visit, Mr. Dakin also met officials at the United Nations University to discuss training for eligible Vincentians as possible candidates for geothermal studies. The candidacy at this university is globally competitive and candidate selection is usually small. I'm pleased to report that a young lady from rural St. Vincent is a recent graduate in physics from the University of the West Indies and who is pursuing a Master of Science degree in geothermal studies, was selected for a 6-month course in reservoir analysis at the United Nations University in Iceland. This child of the education revolution has since successfully completed her UNU studies and is currently working at the energy unit. Another child of the education revolution, a young man who successfully pursued a degree in mechanical engineering, is currently at a university in Mexico pursuing graduate studies in the field of geothermal energy. It is the intention of our government to send other candidates for training in geothermal engineering. Currently, we are holding discussions on this very subject with universities in Australia and New Zealand. we are determined to build our nation's capacity in this field of geothermal energy. Mr. Speaker, the analysis of the 34 MT and TEM data occurred during January and February 2014. Simultaneously, Reykjavik Geothermal and their partners, LPH, were undertaking a series of technical activities to determine the size and feasibility of the geothermal source. Preliminary results were delivered in March 2014. In addition to these activities, a baseline environmental analysis was completed in March 2014 by a Vincentian, Dr. Reynold Murray. This consultancy was funded by the government of St. Vincent and Grenadines through a UNDP seed fund. A further environmental and social impact analysis would be required as the project develops. Mr. Speaker, further negotiations between our government and the consortium, Reykjavik Geothermal and LPH, occurred in January, between January to May 2014, on the terms of the engagement going forward, since the positive scientific report sparked a heightened interest from the consortium. This has necessitated more funding from the consortium. The additional requisite funding occasioned a further amendment of the letter of intent. This amendment required two certain specific government obligations. These negotiations created a delay in the project schedule due to the importance of a bundle of relevant issues, particularly the determination broadly of a targeted domestic tariff rate and the proposed corporate structure. With the assistance of the negotiating team of the experienced Proscore lawyers and the esteemed Mr. Ira Magazine of the Clinton Climate Initiative, the terms of a new letter of intent was agreed by all parties and signed on the 13th of May 2014. This letter of intent evidenced a mutual intention to proceed with all good faith negotiations designed to develop the geothermal project in a manner outlined in the agreement. Although the terms of this new agreement cannot be publicly detailed because of a quote-unquote confidentiality clause, it was agreed that an indicative business plan for the project will be submitted by the consortium to our government no later than March the 30th, 2015, and agreed upon by all parties no later than May 22nd, 2015. This vital business plan will form the basis of the preliminary investment decision and shall contain detailed estimates of capital and operating costs, target tariffs, rates of return, and rates of taxation, royalties. Given the project milestones and the consortium's approval for additional funding, further exploration was done by an additional 20 MT/TEM sounding stations to fill the missing gaps of the previous resistivity model. These additional soundings would assist in the more precise identification of the nature and extent of the geothermal resource and a further tracing away from the volcano to much more accessible, less costly, and less risky locations. These additional soundings commenced in August 2014 and were completed in September 2014. Works during this period also included a LIDAR, L-I-D-A-R, laser imaging detection and ranging scan, which will provide enhanced GIS data and help to identify exploration well locations that should have a good likelihood of intersecting steam-bearing formations. An infrastructure analysis was also prudent at this stage given the challenging terrain. The attendant cost analysis associated with road access and general logistics is to be incorporated into the business plan. The infrastructure analysis was contracted to Stantec, an international company with its regional office in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, currently, the consortium is evaluating all the collected data. And the report further suggests a high optimism for a geothermal development project and indicates probable well locations. The consortium has already retained a local lawyer to review the geothermal bill, which has been drafted. Currently, too, a plan design basis document has been prepared and is to be reviewed by VINLEC. The basis of this design will be internationally tendered and will provide an estimated indicative pricing that will be incorporated into the business model. The consortium and our government intend to follow all international procurement procedures. The project's actual construction will be subject to a competitive bidding process, which will facilitate its qualification for grant funding or international concessionary loans. Mr. Speaker, already the government directly and through the Energy Unit is seeking financial and technical support internationally so as to lessen the burden of the overall project cost. Japan and New Zealand have expressed interest in providing technical support as the project develops. Japan's International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and the Caribbean Development Bank, in collaboration with the Inter-American Development Bank, are currently reviewing a loan facility to assist geothermal development in the OECS member countries. Recently, on January 18, 2015, at the 5th Assembly of IRENA, it was announced that the application of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a long-term interest, low-interest $15 million loan from the Abu Dhabi Development Fund via IRENA for a 10 to 15 megawatt phase 1 geothermal project was successful. St. Vincent and the Grenadines was one of 5 successful applicants out of 80 worldwide. This is a major achievement for our country and for our development project. Meanwhile, the Energy Unit is working closely with VINLEC on the geothermal development plans. VINLEC is actively considering future expansion and upgrades to the transmission lines so as to facilitate this project. The geothermal bill is to be brought to Parliament within the first half of this year. It addresses, among other things, matters of ownership, royalties, public-private partnerships in geothermal energy, land issues, and environmental protection. Mr. Speaker, while no physical works will be seen on this project between January and June 2015, a substantial amount of preparatory work will be done. Meetings are being held bi-weekly between the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, VINLEC, and the consortium, and the Clinton Climate Initiative for updates and project preparation. All the technical reports are being reviewed by our technical support partners and will continue in the upcoming months. During the same period, the required project management team is expected to be put in place. Assuming no unforeseen hiccups or abnormal delays, the expectation is that the project is on track to deliver a 10 megawatt geothermal plant by the end of 2017 or early 2018. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the matter of solar energy. Our government, having set the broad policy of encouraging the development of solar power, has mandated the Energy Unit and VINLEC in conjunction with the Ministry of Energy to drive the process. Our government caused to be done an energy audit of 79 government buildings with a view to enhance energy efficiency, EE, and to install renewable energy, RE, facilities, especially those relating to solar energy on these buildings. An EE and RE project was swiftly implemented at the administrative center by way of a more efficient and modern air conditioning system, energy-saving lighting, and a 10 kilowatt solar PV system on the rooftop of the building. The solar installation was effected through a grant. The upshot of the energy efficiency and renewable energy initiative there, monthly savings in the electricity bill at this building amounts to $15,000. Meanwhile, through the diligent efforts of the Energy Unit, a grant of US $1.7 million was secured from the Global Environmental Facility for a project aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel-based electricity generation by exploiting renewable energy sources for electricity in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Among the major components of this project are 100 kilowatt solar PV installations on the rooftops of various government buildings, a pilot project of 130 kilowatt solar PV installations at the Argyle International Airport, and examining the use in the transportation sector of hybrid and electric type vehicles. A request for funding under the World Bank ESMAP program has been made in the sum of $1.25 million to install a 200 kilowatt solar PV system at the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital. We are awaiting a response. More widely, the Global Environmental Facility has approved a grant to St. Vincent and Grenadines of just over $900,000 to establish and implement measures for promoting sustainable development within the buildings sector. Among the major activities to be pursued under this grant are the following: the construction of a green office building to showcase various technologies and green energy building codes, and the holding of training workshops and seminars on sustainable energy use for buildings, targeted at all personnel in the building industry to promote energy efficiency and renewable energy intervention. Mr. Speaker, VINLEC has been doing commendable work to facilitate energy efficiency and renewable energy, especially solar. It has done so directly and by its facilitation of the private sector, in accordance with government's policy to install solar energy systems. The importation of solar energy systems attracts no import duties. In 2009, VINLEC installed its first solar PV system, a 10 kilowatt grid-connected facility on one of its buildings at Kane Hall. The energy produced by this system met about 15% of the energy needs of the building. But more importantly, it afforded VINLEC an opportunity to monitor and learn from the application of the technology. Between then and now, VINLEC has installed at its own locations 557 kilowatt solar PV systems, including its 349 kilowatt solar system at the Lomans Bay Power Plant, which it launched formally in November 2014. These solar energy facilities represent in total an investment from VINLEC of $2.6 million. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report to this Honorable House that the engineering design, procurement, project management, and installation of the solar PV system at Lomans Bay were all done by the in-house technical staff under the leadership of engineer Fidel Neverson. Impressively too, the technical staff involved in the installation combined their routine responsibilities with the installation and wiring of over 2,200 solar panels and 26 inverters. VINLEC, in conjunction with the CDB, will be coordinating a study to investigate the possible use of the former dump site at Arnesville as a locale for the installation of a solar PV generating system. VINLEC is also keen to utilize the lands identified at the site of the Argyle International Airport for the development of a 1.5 megawatt grid-connected solar PV generation system. The IADC is engaged in discussions with VINLEC as to the best way to achieve this renewable energy solution. Mr. Speaker, since 2008, VINLEC has been facilitating customers with their grid-connected renewable energy solar systems. Within recent years, VINLEC has enhanced this facilitation by providing technical guidelines to those customers who wish to install these systems. Currently, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the solar energy profile is as follows. VINLEC owns 557 kilowatt installations and 27 other installations, 25 private and 2 central government, amounting to 224 kilowatt installations. On the island of Bequia, the Honourable Member for the Northern Grenadines would be pleased to know that there are 21 installations there, 20 private and 1 government, with an installed capacity of 149 kilowatts. These customers initially benefited from a net metering arrangement, but VINLEC has had to alter it to a net billing arrangement. VINLEC is aware that the net billing arrangement is not as favorable as the net metering arrangements for its customers, but its change in approach is to ensure fairness and equity to all VINLEC customers using the public electricity distribution network. The potential benefits of investing in solar PV are far-reaching. The installed capacity of solar PV, 557 kilowatts owned by VINLEC, will provide electricity to some 533 homes and will result in reduction annually of approximately $500,000 in fuel costs at November 2014 values to VINLEC customers. In total, the solar PV installed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, that is to say 779 kilowatts, will provide electricity to approximately 748 homes and reduce the nation's fuel bill by $700,000 annually at November 2014 costs. VINLEC's solar initiatives are not yet at the point of bringing huge immediate financial savings. But the significance of its policy and that of our government goes beyond large immediate savings. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is part of a worldwide push towards renewable energy and the reduction of carbon footprint. As a small island developing state, St. Vincent and the Grenadines shows, by example, its all-round commitment to renewable energy in the existential battle against global warming and climate change. Our renewable energy efforts impress others too to view St. Vincent and the Grenadines more favorably in its quest to access adaptation and mitigation resources to better confront the ravages of global climate change. It is to be noted that Germany on the 50th parallel has invested heavily in solar PV technology to generate electricity from a renewable source and is achieving capacity factors about 16 to 20%. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is located on the 13th parallel, north of the equator, with an abundance of sunshine all year round. Mr. Speaker, I turn briefly to the Petrocaribe agreement. On December 17, 2014, I made a detailed ministerial statement in this Honorable House on the Petrocaribe agreement, and in the debates on the 2015 estimates which proceeded over a 3-day period, commencing on December 17th and concluding on December 22nd, 2014, honorable members on both sides of the House ventilated their views on this matter. I do not intend to traverse that very territory which was so recently trod. However, I make several points of emphasis and clarification, if any were needed. First, to reaffirm our government's view that the financing arrangement on the Petrocaribe is beneficial to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thus, we have no intention of unsigning or terminating it. Secondly, our government accepts the unequivocal assurances of the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela that it has no intention of terminating Petrocaribe or to lessen any of the benefits available to St. Vincent and the Grenadines under the agreement, as some have erroneously contended. Thirdly, the fall in the price of oil will undoubtedly reduce the extent of the long-term portion of the Petrocaribe financing, but it would equally reduce to the cost of the fuel used in electricity generation, and thus the cost of electricity to the consumer, and the size of any long-term indebtedness. Fourthly, the reduction in the extent of the long-term financing is unlikely to affect adversely our 2015 budget plans. Fifthly, the push for renewable energy, especially through the geothermal project, is likely over time to reduce the extent of Petrocaribe's long-term financing in respect of electricity generation. But geothermal power is likely to make our economy more competitive and beneficial to electricity consumers and the population as a whole. And finally, our government is satisfied that the management of the Petro-Carib agreement is transparent, properly run, and is in every material particular within the framework of the laws of the land. Should any occasion arise for any further administrative, legal, or other alteration, that would be done, as always, in the interest of good governance. I urge honorable members not to permit ideological hysteria, Venezuela bashing, or plain political opportunism to cloud their analyses or perspectives on Petro-Carib. Mr. Speaker, motorists would have noted that as a consequence of the fall in the price of imported fuel, the price at the pump has fallen significantly for gasoline and moderately thus far for diesel. One final matter on energy relates to the construction by the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela of the Lomans Bay fuel storage and distribution plant. This project is entirely grant-funded by Venezuela at a cost of US $30 million and is executed by a Venezuelan company selected by Venezuela. The fuel storage facility would increase the capacity for storing fuel in St. Vincent and the Grenadines from 2 weeks to 3 months. The fuel storage plant is 93% complete. Construction is expected to finish in June 2015. The plant consists of 6 tanks and 2 spheres for fuel storage, namely 2 diesel tanks, each of 10,000 barrels, 2 gasoline tanks, each of 5,000 barrels, 1 jet A1 tank, 2,500 barrels, and 2 LPG spheres of 100 barrels, 1,000 barrels each. A total capacity for fuel storage is thus 34,500 barrels. Additionally, there's a water storage tank for firefighting with a capacity of 9,200 barrels and other supportive infrastructure. All Vincentian plant operators and firefighters have already been trained in the operation and handling of the fuel. It's a project which is going on, and I turn, Mr. Speaker, to urban renewal and special development areas. Mr. Speaker, I think honorable members will note that I am addressing a lot of the strategic issues going forward, and I will come to some of the social issues a little later. Mr. Speaker, 2/3 of the population of St. Vincent and the Grenadines are located in the geographic belt, stretching from Rillan Hill on the western side of St. Vincent to Stubbs on the eastern side of the island. This geographic area includes the major facilities of the state and constitutes the commercial hub. This geographic area covers wholly the 3 electoral constituencies in Kingstown and the constituency of East St. George, and partly the constituencies of South Leeward, West St. George, and South Windward. The urban centers and adjoining communities constitute an overwhelming presence in our country. 5 sets of proposals are on the table for active urban renewal and strengthening. 1, the cleanup and renewal of Kingstown. 2, the proposal for the declaration of Camden Park as the 7th town, stretching possibly from Lomans, Leeward to Chauncey. 3, the construction of a modern city at Annisvale on 65 acres of land at the site of the E.T. Joshua Airport. 4, the revitalization of the towns and surrounding areas of Calicut, Georgetown, Layou, Barreley, and Chateaubelair. 5, the case for special development areas such as the Grenadines and north of the Dry River. First, capital city Kingstown. Our government has been alive to the necessity and desirability of improving the quality, ambience, and cleanliness of Kingstown. Impressive physical developments have taken place through the initiatives of the public and private sectors. The public sector itself, through the central government and other state agencies, since 2001 and building on earlier efforts have effected major infrastructural developments. These infrastructural developments by the state cost over $200 million. This is impressive work in 14 years, but much more needs to be done. The Ministry of Local Government, including the Kingstown Board, has been managing in the face of immense challenges the street vending in Kingstown. The huge growth of small entrepreneurs in the street vending business has exacerbated the problems attendant upon the small size of the city, the lack of suitable available enclosed space for small-scale vending, and the pre-existing congestion. Undoubtedly, better regulation and control of the modern and near-universal phenomenon of excessive street vending is required. But more and better facilities are in need of construction. The condition of Chinatown and Bay Street, the meat market facilities, and Little Tokyo demand drastic improvement. There is in the Budget 2015 provisions for amelioration, but a more comprehensive planned renewal of the city is on the agenda and will be initiated in 2015. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Health, Wellness and the Environment and the Central Water and Sewage Authority have enhanced the collection and disposal of garbage in Kingstown. Still, the city is nowhere as clean as it should be. In the 2015 budget, resources have been earmarked under the modernization of agriculture, the banana accompanying measures, the BAM, financed by the European Union for a modern abattoir sufficient to our needs to be located not at Kingstown, but at Diamond. Further, in the 2015 estimates, a provision of $1.3 million has been made for the basic rehabilitative and upgrade work at the Kingstown bus terminal, Little Tokyo. Resources which were earmarked for this activity in 2014 were redirected to the recovery process consequent upon the storm of December 2013, and I had pointed that out in this House at the time of the supplementary appropriation bill last year. Restorative work at Little Tokyo is a priority for the city in 2015. Additionally, the sum of $500,000 is available to assist in a Clean Up Kingstown campaign. In 2015 too, there will be the unveiling of a $33 million project, Phase 1, for the further development of government buildings in Kingstown. The budgeted expenditure for this project in 2015, it's in the estimates, is $7 million to purchase and develop a parcel of land and an unfinished structure owned by BICO, and to commence reconstruction on another government building on Back Street. The savings from rented accommodation would easily finance the cost of constructing these government buildings. The NIS also plans to develop a property at Maurice Road, formerly belonging to Sir Cuthbert Woodruff, which it purchased last year to house offices for rental. Mr. Speaker, our government plans to initiate in 2015 a process for Camden Park, including its neighboring communities, and we have to do that with consultation with them, to be declared the seventh city of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Appropriate local government arrangements would be put in place for the delivery of certain basic services in a decentralized governance arrangement in Camden Park, Lomans Leeward, and Kittels Chauncey. It is the intention of the government to involve actively the businesses in the industrial estate, the residents of these areas, and other stakeholders in the quality delivery of these services. Appropriate fiscal incentives will be accorded these business enterprises which participate in this private-public partnership in local government. The third major initiative of the government in urban renewal concerns the development of a modern city at Annesville on the current site of the E.T. Joshua Airport. This airport will close when the Argyle International Airport commences operation. 65 acres of prime land will be made available for this mammoth undertaking, which is to be fashioned as a private-public partnership. Additional access to and from Kingstown will be provided. possibly by way of a tunnel under Cane Garden Point. The government has already established a state-owned company called the Arnesville Development Company to drive this development project. Preliminary work has been done on a development concept for the area, including the urban transport requisites in and out of Kingstown. Until the Arnesville Development Company becomes fully operational, another state entity, National Properties Limited, has been spearheading the delivery of the preliminary, technical, and conceptual work on the proposed Arnesville development. Two important companion exercises have been undertaken touching and concerning the development of Arnesville as a modern city. One such exercise relates to a preliminary study now completed with funding secured from the European Union, which recommends the Arnesville site as the most suitable for the relocation and construction of an ultra-modern Milton Cato Memorial Hospital. Allied to that is the secured availability of resources from the World Bank to design completely this modern hospital. The other companion exercise to the Arnesville City Development Project is the broadening by the Caribbean Development Bank of the terms of reference of the study by the consultants to include Arnesville in the consideration as a possible site for the relocation and modernization of our principal port. A fourth initiative in urban renewal, the scope of which is currently being elaborated, relates to the further revitalization of the towns of Caliaqua, Georgetown, Layou, Barley, and Chateaubelair. Already important infrastructural work has been and is being done in these towns. For example, in Georgetown, our nation's second city, several critical infrastructural developments have been or are being taken. What have we done there? And these things are happening before people's eyes, but many people don't put them within a context. The construction of a modern police station at Georgetown to house some 40 police officers plus a magistrate court, among other things. The building under the BNTF program, arguably the best early childhood center in the Eastern Caribbean. The complete reconstruction of the Georgetown Primary School. The construction of an excellent school for children with special needs. The reconstruction of the 22-bed Georgetown Hospital as a smart hospital. The near completion of the modern medical complex. The impending rebuilding and upgrading of the Chili Plain Field. And the startup of the construction of the Caratal Bridge and River Defense. A critical piece of outstanding infrastructural work in Georgetown is the Sea Defense Works, for which a consultancy for design is already in place. In Caliaqua, Layou, Barley, and Chateaubelair, vital infrastructural developments have been and are taking place since 2001. The 2015 budget contains developmental details for these towns and adjoining communities. The fifth and final bundle of renewal projects concerns special development areas such as the Grenadines and north of the Dry River. Again, substantial infrastructural work by the public and private sectors has been and is being undertaken in these geographic zones. Our government will be publishing in the first half of 2015 a set of special development areas. Disaster preparedness. Mr. Speaker, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is ranked very high globally as one of the countries most prone to natural disasters. This fact is increasingly being appreciated by our people, including professionals, particularly as to where we build our houses, how we build them, and the preparations which we generally make for natural disasters. Our traditional high rainfall annually, our mountainous terrain, our numerous rivers which run through population centers, our eroding seacoast, particularly on the eastern side of the island of St. Vincent, make natural disasters an ongoing presence of our daily lives. Add to these the increasing frequency and intensity of storm or hurricane force winds, and the ever-present threat from our volcano, the high-risk profile and our physical vulnerability are evident. Contextualize all of this with the deleterious effects of global warming and climate change, to which we do not contribute, but from which we suffer greatly. The full picture of our country's proneness to natural disasters emerges. Climate change is for us an existential issue of the first order, which we address in a concerted manner regionally and internationally. No country in CARICOM has suffered from adverse weather events to the extent of St. Vincent and the Grenadines over the past 5 years, 2010 to 2014. And we know the details. In the aggregate, Mr. Speaker, all these weather events caused damage and loss to our country in excess of $600 million, or roughly 1/3 of our country's gross domestic product. Much pain, hardship, and suffering and deaths have resulted. Amazingly, the resilience of our people, the strenuous efforts of our government, the generosity of our friends overseas, and the grace of Almighty God have been the blessings which have seen us through the ongoing process of addressing satisfactorily, though unevenly, relief, recovery, river and sea defenses, roads and bridges, relocation and houses, and reforestation. At the same time, we have had to be pursuing strategic development initiatives and the usual requisites of day-to-day governance and administration in the wider context of the adverse impacts of a persistent global economic crisis and the debilitating fallout from global health and international political uncertainties. The strain on us has been great, but our magnificent people have borne it all with an unbelievable strength and stoicism in the face of these adversities and a deep faith in God's redeeming grace. Mr. Speaker, one of the valuable lessons which has not been lost on us as a nation is that we must learn to live with the risks posed by the many natural hazards around us. This process of learning to live with the risks demands that we have in place a systematic program to guide our actions in the preparation for and management of natural disasters, which includes, as far as is humanly possible, practical preventive approaches. In the 2015 budget, our government has allocated $40.2 million, or 13.6%, of the capital estimates to environment protection and disaster preparedness. Under the World Bank Finance Regional Disaster Vulnerability Program, RDVRP, and the CDB Finance Companion Project for National Disaster Management, Rehabilitation, and Reconstruction. There is, in fact, over $100 million available over the next 3 years from the World Bank, International Development Association alone. From the CDB, there are soft loans for natural disaster management, Hurricane Thomas and the April 2011 floods, amounting to $37 million, and a further $24.4 million for the December 2013 disaster. Further, from the European Union, there is a $24 million grant towards rehabilitation after the December 2013 disaster. There is significant local counterpart funding to all these external loans and grants, which the government will raise through local loans. Much of the $40.2 million earmarked for capital spending in 2015, particularly the World Bank's $20.9 million under RDVRP, will go towards technical studies and designs for various projects. It is absolutely necessary that we prepare these projects carefully and implement them to last, thus strengthening our nation's resolve. Mr. Speaker, there are substantial components 1, 2, and 3 under the RDVRP, and significant funding also for a series of consultancies and actual work under the CDB projects. And these would be mentioned throughout in this particular debate. Mr. Speaker, the National Emergency Management Office, NEMO, has shown itself to be an organization of immense value to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Our government is pleased that we initiated the establishment of NEMO. In pursuance of its mandate, NEMO has prepared a comprehensive disaster management strategy for the country to guide our approach to disaster risk reduction over the next 10 years. This strategy has 5 broad outcomes with specified activities for accomplishments over the next 10 years. Under the revised comprehensive disaster management strategy, NEMO intends in 2015 to secure the following achievements, among others: the construction, equipping, and stocking of 4 satellite warehouses at Rose Hall, Georgetown, Beckwith, and Union Island; installing a new national emergency telecommunication system; boosting alert capacity with the completion of a new alert system called Common Alerting Protocol; rolling out a revised national volcano emergency response plan; distributing revised guidelines to all agencies which are required to work at the National Emergency Operations Center; receiving from the Japanese government a substantial quantity of emergency equipment and supplies, including 2 command vehicles for use by NEMO and the fire services, and obtaining under the RDVRP a search and rescue vehicle to be operated by the fire services. Mr. Speaker, our government, NEMO, and allied agencies, including non-governmental organizations, perform yeoman service to the people of St. Vincent and Grenadines during and after the December 2013 disaster. In the first days after the disaster, NEMO spearheaded a massive program of distributing food, water, and some urgent facilities for living to thousands of persons. It's established relief shelters for nearly 300 persons. In conjunction with the Ministry of Works, it facilitated the distribution of several hundred stoves, fridges, and mattresses to distressed families. In coordination with the Ministry of Housing, it has up to this day and continuing ensured that several hundreds of affected persons receive building materials, and some 165 families have had their homes substantially rebuilt or brand new houses delivered. I urge honorable members to go to Fancy, Owea, Langley Park, Caratal, Connery, South Rivers, Hope, Cumberland, and Fitzhugh to see these new houses and the happy, grateful faces of the recipients. Only 6 persons remain in shelters, and their new houses are currently being constructed. Despite its limitations, NEMO has, over the past year, done a remarkable job. A grateful nation says a heartfelt thank you. I turn to roads and bridges. Mr. Speaker, I have already touched upon the subjects of road and bridges in my presentation on productive sectors and to some extent on disaster preparedness. There are, however, other dimensions of this important subject area which require further discussion. Let us begin with certain basic facts. Currently, there are over 25,000 vehicles on the roads in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, an increase of some 17,000 since 2001. In 2013, the government collected $9.89 million in motor vehicle license fees. In 2015, we estimate to collect $10.5 million and a further $2.5 million for driver's licenses. Given that the rehabilitation of 1 mile of road costs in excess of $1 million, and that 1 mile of road reconstruction or road building costs almost $3 million, it is clear that what the government collects from motor vehicle and driver's licenses is a long way from being sufficient to effect even basic repairs on our road network. This road network is comprised of the following: some 80 miles of highway roads on the Windward, Leeward, and Vigie highways, approximately 400 miles of secondary or village roads, and 250 miles of motorable feeder roads, much of which is neither in asphalt nor concrete, largely dirt roads. Our mountainous terrain and heavy rainfall make road maintenance the most costly exercise. The best time of the year for road repairs for construction is usually the short dry season, which normally runs for 5 months, from January to May each year. We haven't had much of a dry January. But as we have witnessed in recent years, the dry season can occasionally be interrupted by excessive thunderstorms and dangerous landslides. Often the available resources are not in place on a timely basis to take advantage of the dry season. Road repairs, rehabilitation or reconstruction is effected primarily through the Ministry of Transport and Works. The state agency known as the Bridges, Roads and General Services Authority, BRAGSA, carries out basic road repairs and road cleaning. The ministry itself manages or oversees the major programs of rehabilitation, rebuilding and construction of roads, bridges and associated drains, which are actually executed by private contractors. In 2015, BRAGSA is granted an allocation of $13.5 million, more than what is estimated to be collected from motor vehicles and driver's license fees. In 2015, the Ministry of Transport, Works, Urban Development and Local Government is allocated in total a budget of $116.9 million. Of this total, the ministry's recurrent budget is $29.2 million, inclusive of its contribution to BRAGSA, and its capital budget of $87.7 million. Out of this capital budget of $87.7 million for the Ministry of Transport and Works, $57.5 million is allocated to roads, bridges, and river defenses. This latter allocation is almost 20% of our capital budget. This sum for roads and river defenses is additional to the $40.2 million under the RDVRP, which includes two substantial provisions for road infrastructure under the Ministry of Finance and Planning. Clearly, this whopping allocation through the Ministry of Works for roads, bridges, and river defenses is impressive. Vital sections of the road network will be addressed under the capital budget, and we have listed those already. And BRAGSA will do repairs within its budgetary allocations. Still, despite all this extraordinary attention to our roads and allied infrastructure as detailed above, large chunks of roads, particularly secondary and feeder roads, will be outside of the ambit of all these listed road repairs and reconstruction for 2015. I gave what the facts are about the roads, the extent of the number of miles. Accordingly, our government is embarking on a special program to accelerate the upgrade of feeder roads and secondary roads through prudent use of equipment and materials from the IADC, without in any way compromising the progress towards completion soonest of the Argyle International Airport. At the moment, with all of the earthworks at Argyle completed, almost all of the earthworks completed there, a few pieces of heavy-duty equipment are available to be used on the feeder roads, especially those which require urgent clearing, grading, and strengthening. At the end of the paving of the runway at Argyle in June 2015, more equipment and road building materials will be available for use on the secondary roads. An allocation is in the budget to assist in this regard with the rehabilitation of feeder roads and secondary roads. This matter was recently discussed between the IADC and the Ministry of Works, and appropriate decisions taken. One of the legacies of the Argyle International Airport would be heavy-duty equipment. A stone crushing plant, an asphalt plant, and a concrete batching plant for use in the upgrade of roads, bridges, and river defenses. Mr. Speaker, the press, nobody knows about it yet except the people in the communities. In North Central Windward, as I speak, heavy-duty equipment is in the high feeder roads. Same thing down in North Leeward. And we'll be moving the equipment in that pincer fashion to do tremendous work in all as many of the feeder roads as we can do to help the farmers, and of course, we will address the secondary roads too. Meanwhile, our government is seeking to secure an $80 million soft loan from the Kuwaiti Fund, OPEC Fund, and Saudi Fund for the reconstruction of secondary and feeder roads. The processing of this application is well underway. Our government reasonably expects to be able to draw down resources from this soft loan. Accordingly, a sum of $1 million therefrom is in the 2015 estimates. But if more comes as we proceed, well, there'll be a lot more done. Health and wellness. Mr. Speaker, the central purpose of the health delivery system is to make quality health care available to all at the lowest possible cost in all the practical circumstances. Overall, the objective is to ensure that citizens and residents remain healthy at the most optimal levels possible for living, for life and production. Our government is resolved on an ongoing basis to continue its quest to realize the central purpose and objective of the health sector. Let us begin by sketching the factual matrices which must necessarily inform proper analysis, opinion, and appropriate public policy. And there is a good story to be told about health in this country, and I want to tell it. Among the basic health indicators are the following. An average lifespan at birth currently stands at a commendable 74 years. Infant mortality has declined from 21 per 1,000 live births in 2001 to 15 per 1,000 live births in 2014. Maternal deaths are recorded statistically at 0. Immunization of children below the age of 5 against the usual range of infectious diseases is outstanding at statistically 100%. 105 doctors, 650 nurses, including the nursing assistants and aides, and 29 pharmacists, including student pharmacists, in the state sector for a population of 110,000 persons are impressive statistics. High quality, low price water to 98% of the households on St. Vincent, improved nutritional levels to such an extent that undernourishment has been reduced from 20% of the population in 1995 to 4.9% in 2012. And a sound garbage collection and disposal system exists throughout the whole of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. An accurate summation of our nation's health delivery subsystems can be described thus. Public health and primary health care are of good quality and accessible to all at minimal prices. Secondary health care is generally sound and is accessible to the population, the whole population, at affordable, certainly competitive prices. Although there are a few gaps in the delivery of secondary health care within the national system itself, and more in tertiary health care, these gaps are plugged at an adequate level overseas or through specialized medical missions from abroad by way of substantial contributions from the government and state-to-state arrangements or through private funding, including private health insurance arrangements. The principal causes of morbidity in St. Vincent and Grenadines are diabetes and hypertension, cancer and cardiac ailments, accidents and criminal violence. It is thus evident that most of the health challenges are behavioral, manifesting themselves in our eating and drinking and so-called modern lifestyles, our driving on the roads and unsafe working environments, and violent misconduct. Policy implications arise from these factual observations, particularly in respect of encouraging or facilitating healthier behavioral lifestyles. Given the small size of our nation's economy and population and fiscal constraints, the health sector is reasonably well resourced. Indeed, between 2001 and 2015, nominal and real expenditure on health has increased appreciably. In the 2015 budget, $89.93 million is estimated in total recurrent and capital spending for health, an increase of $37.17 million or 70% over the 201 estimates. There's a good story to tell, and I'm telling it. The recurrent budget for 2015 for health is $63.95 million, an increase of $25.74 million or 67.2% over the comparable figure for 2001, way in excess of the inflation rate in the country, which is just about a third. The state-managed health sector employs 1,200 employees in 2015, over 200 more than in 2001. The capital budget for the 2015 for the health sector is $25.98 million, an increase of $11.55 million or 80% over the comparable estimates for 2001. Overall, the health sector is estimated to receive a commendable 9% of the overall budget for 2015. The recurrent budget for health in 2015 represents 11.4% of the total recurrent budget, excluding amortization of public debt and sinking fund contribution. These numbers are quite impressive by international standards, and particularly so given the relevant comparators for developing countries, or indeed for small island developing countries. Mr. Speaker, let us examine some of the details of the expenditure on health for 2015 with instructive comparisons for 2001. There's a good story to tell, and I'm telling it. In the recurrent budget for medical health, for medical and healthcare, there are 17 programs. The most significant are those relating to the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital, $26.5 million. Consequently, health services, including the 39 clinics, $8.77 million. Medical stores and pharmaceutical services, just over $7 million. Environmental management, roughly $5 million. The Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, roughly $4 million. The 5 rural hospitals and health centers, over $2 million. And the Lewis Burnett Home, over $2 million. The recurrent budget for the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital for 2015 is $26.5 million and represents an increase of $12.97 million or 95.9% over the 2001 estimates. The Milton Cato Memorial Hospital, which gets so much beaten from some people. The depth, range, and spread of the health services delivered at the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital have increased appreciably. The number of medical staff at that hospital has increased by 31, or 60.8% over the 2001 figure. The number now has moved from 51 to 82, including the 4 Cuban doctors, to service a hospital with 206 beds and an accident and emergency department. The number of consultants has risen by 3 from 15 to 18 in the same period, 2001 and 2015, reflecting the increase in the number of medical subspecialties. The total nursing staff at the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital have increased from 254 in 2001 to 312 in 2015. The critical category of staff nurses has risen in numbers by 53, from 90 to 143, an increase of almost 60%. The Milton Cato Memorial Hospital has strengthened its diagnostic facilities with substantial additional medical equipment, including a modern CT scan machine, which prior to 2001 was seen as unaffordable or unnecessary luxury which one viewed on hospital television shows. Particular specialities or subspecialties in the wide field of pediatric care have blossomed outstandingly with the vital assistance of the World Pediatric Project and the Mustique Charitable Trust, so as to make the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital the acknowledged center of pediatric care, including advanced surgical interventions in the member countries of the OECS. The modern pediatric facilities at the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital are superb, and the surgical medical attention delivered of a very high quality. Since 2002, when the World Pediatric Project was fully inaugurated, the children of St. Vincent and the Grenadines alone have benefited from over 6,000 medical consultations and 670 surgeries at an estimated value in excess of $33 million. Hundreds of children from the member states of the OECS have also benefited free of charge. This is a remarkable, uplifting story which is hardly ever told. The community health services headed by the Medical Office of Health manage and operate centrally 39 clinics scattered throughout our country and the polyclinic at Stubbs. Community health services also provide a range of health services, mainly primary, but also some of a secondary health care nature. The recurrent budget for the Community Health Services program for 2015 is $8.77 million, an increase of $3.8 million, or 77.6% over the 2001 estimates. The medical staff for the Community Health Services has risen from 11 doctors in 2001 to 16 in 2015, and the nursing personnel from 158 to 190. The extent of the delivery of pharmaceutical services has grown significantly in the community health services. The clinics are easily and swiftly accessible to all, free of cost. This program is complemented admirably by the delivery of health care at the Georgetown Hospital, Beckway, Chateaubelair, Levi Latham, and Union Island Health Center with an aggregate of 68 beds. And then, Mr. Speaker, the Georgetown Hospital with 22 beds, a vastly improved hospital with the PAHO designation of Smart Hospital. Two programs which touch and concern the delivery of pharmaceutical services are those listed as medical stores and pharmaceutical services. The 2015 recurrent budget for these two programs is 56.7% more than the budgeted amount in 2001. The increase in the critical area of supplies and materials at the medical stores, from which account pharmaceutical products in the state pharmaceutical services are sourced, has had its budgeted sums increased by 40% between 2001 and 2015. The facts reveal that in 2001, less than 70% of the prescriptions were filled at the state pharmacies. In 2014, some 95% of these prescriptions were filled. Every professional in the hierarchy of the Ministry of Health accepts that this is an area in which savings can properly be made without any medical harm to patients through greater efficiencies in the prescribing, management, and use of pharmaceutical products. I reiterate, there's a lot of waste to cut out in the delivery of pharmaceuticals. To assist in this, our government has developed a sub-program entitled Health Information Unit. This Health Information Unit has elaborated a health information system to streamline and facilitate informed decision-making in the health sector, including a more efficient and effective delivery. This Health Information Unit has a staff of 7 professionals and costs nearly $400,000 annually in recurrent spending. It is anticipated that this health information system will assist in the reduction of the cost of delivering pharmaceutical services, provided that the medical staff buys into its efficacy without in any way compromising optimal health care. To a large extent, Mr. Speaker, an integrated healthcare system is judged on the manner in which it treats vulnerable groups, especially the children, the elderly, the mentally and physically challenged, the poor, particularly the indigent, and those with chronic non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and hypertension. Our government's integrated programs across ministries, but particularly through the Ministry of Health, address the health and socioeconomic condition of these vulnerable groups. And the Minister of Health will no doubt speak about these matters. Mr. Speaker, our people's behavioral patterns and habits, particularly relating, I've said before, to overeating and overdrinking the wrong kinds of food and drink, and a lack of proper exercise contribute overwhelmingly to chronic non-communicable diseases of diabetes and hypertension. These diseases impact adversely on a person's quality of life, shorten lives, reduce productive work, and increase expenditure on health care for the government and the individual. And Mr. Speaker, we have addressed this question through CARICOM and through the United Nations. Central to behavioral correctives to lessen the prevalence of non-communicable diseases is health information and the promotion of healthy lifestyles. Thus, the work of the Health Promotion Unit is of critical importance in this regard. We have 11 professionals there. They're doing a good job, and this unit is integral to the health delivery in our country. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has issued a two-pronged pledge in its result indicators on non-communicable diseases for 2015, namely to develop a strategic plan inclusive of an action plan for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, and to establish a Health and Wellness Commission as a multi-sectoral body to tackle the rise in prevalence of non-communicable diseases. This work is urgent, necessary, and desirable. Meanwhile, the whole range of interventions at the hospital, health centers, clinics, pharmaceutical services, and in the communities on non-communicable diseases being ramped up. The government is hopeful that it will conclude in 2015 with the Cuban government an agreement for the delivery of the drug Hebaprot-P, which was developed by scientists at the Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology in Cuba as a cure for diabetic foot ulcer. This cure will eliminate the need for most of the amputations resulting from diabetic foot ulcers. Still, prevention is always better than cure. The realistic prospect of this cure, Mr. Speaker, has been applied in Cuba since 2007 and in several other countries worldwide thereafter. And it brings hope to dozens of persons across our country. The Lives to Live program, including its housing dimension, to be unveiled in early 2015 for persons with disabilities, including diabetes-induced disabilities, will further place the fight against diabetes and hypertension at the center stage of the government's public policies. Mr. Speaker, on the capital side of the budget for health, we estimate to spend $25.2 million. The main items are the modernization of the health sector under the 10th EDF, $14.2 million. The modern medical complex this year, $4.1 million. Improvements to healthcare equipment and furniture, $1.5 million. General upgrading of the health facilities for Clay Valley and Myro and other clinics, $1 million. Purchase of equipment at the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital, $700,000. Purchase of ambulances, $500,000. And PAHO WHO projects, $500,000. Mr. Speaker, these are substantial capital investments. Through the financing of the European Union's 10th European Development Fund, which we agreed to be utilized largely to modernize our health sector. There are 7 projects currently ongoing, costing $22.4 million, which are expected to be completed between February and October 2015. This is in health. There's a good story to tell. Alteration and upgrading of the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital, $5.8 million, with a completion date set for August 2015. Alterations and upgrading of the Mental Health Center, $3.8 million, estimated to be completed by October this year. The Union Island Staff Hostel, $2.6 million, slated to be completed in August this year. The Sandy Bay Doctors' Quarters, $390,000, with a completion date set for February 2015. The Canawan Doctors' Quarters, just over $500,000, with a completion date set for February 2015. The Chateaubriand Doctors' Quarters, $500,000 approximately, with an estimated completion date of February, March this year. And the Buchanan Polyclinic, which is $4.5 million, set for completion in June next year. Additionally, the construction of the Mesopotamia Polyclinic is expected to commence in the first quarter of this year at a cost of $4.6 million and scheduled to be completed in October next year. The Buchanan and Mesopotamia Polyclinics will thus join the Stubbs Polyclinic as a trio of polyclinics to serve expanding population centers. These polyclinics are intended to provide a wide range of diagnostic services, including X-ray facilities and other health services on a 24-hour basis. Mr. Speaker, at Georgetown, the impending completion in 2015 of the modern medical complex will add significantly to the hospital plant in this country. The medical complex will be twinned with the existing 22-bed smart hospital at the immediate adjoining location. The modern medical complex would offer a full range of hospital services, including diagnostic and surgical facilities. Additionally, it will provide the only state-operated hemodialysis facilities for kidney patients. The chief engineer recently advised me that the modern medical complex is now approximately 92% complete, with an expected completion time of May 2015. This completion date is based on the delivery of the physical building and does not include the installation of equipment and furniture and the pertinent roadworks and parking areas. Several of the finishing activities, such as painting, the countertops and ceilings, are well underway and are now on schedule. One area of concern has been the electrical installation due to the inability of the electrical contractor to fulfill the contractual terms on a timely basis. The Ministry of Works has opted to procure skilled electricians from Cuba to push this work to an expeditious conclusion. On December the 9th, 2014, Mr. Speaker, the President of Cuba, Army General Raul Castro, in a bilateral meeting with me, at which His Excellency, the Cuban Ambassador for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, was present. He's in this hall today. President Castro reaffirmed the Cuban government's earlier commitment to provide the medical equipment necessary for the modern medical complex. We thank Cuba yet again for its selfless contribution to the development of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 2 other capital projects of significance in the health sector relate first to building preparedness, readiness and response capacities to tackle the threat of the Ebola virus. And secondly, to continue in the fight against chikungunya and the control of rodents by way of a public health project. A provision of $250,000 is made in the 2015 estimates for Ebola project. Indeed, after the approval of the estimates in December 2014, the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, gave a grant of $100,000, 270,000 EC dollars for the Ebola project. We thank the government and people of Taiwan. A provision of $200,000 has also been made towards the public health project in respect of chikungunya and rodent control. Mr. Speaker, At a special meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government, CARICOM, held on November the 4th, 2014 in Trinidad on Ebola and chikungunya, a series of recommendations of conclusions emerged. And this conference followed swiftly upon the heels of the ALBA Summit on Ebola in Havana, Cuba. All of these conclusions we are working on with CARICOM countries, with Cuba, and with WHO and PAHO. Mr. Speaker, training of a sufficient number of health personnel, doctors, nurses, technical persons in the various medical specialties, is a requisite for any proper functioning health system. Our government is dedicated to this venture. Far more doctors, general practitioners, and specialists have been trained in the last dozen or so years than at any period in our country's history. A similar process has been evident in the training of nurses and other technical medical personnel. The nursing shortage in the decade prior and up to 2011 is a thing of the past. Our government actually trains more nurses than are needed for our health system. Thus, our program of managed migration of nurses. Nursing students in our country are paid a monthly stipend of just over $1,000 to go to nursing school, and they receive their nursing training free of cost to them. The salaries of the health professionals in 2015 are substantially higher than those of 2001. Even after one discounts the increases by some 35% for inflation. Increases in salaries have ranged from 58% to 106%. Just check the estimates and one will see the data. Mr. Speaker, the result indicators for the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and the Environment, which are sketched in the 2015 estimates, point to the reformation, upgrading, and modernization of the health sector. They are all directed to delivering health services to all in the most efficient and effective ways. Clearly, the process is uneven and challenges abound. But the achievements have been immense, and the strategic directions of the health sector are on the correct path. In 2015, our government will accelerate the ongoing process of reform, upgrading, and modernization of this health sector, including at the Milton Cater Memorial Hospital. Two central policy documents, among others, in the health sector will be elaborated in 2015. The first relates to a comprehensive review of the nation's health policy, and the second, the drawing up of a patient's charter. The review will build upon work which is already being done. The patient's charter will codify the rights of patients and their own obligations or responsibilities in relation to promoting and achieving their own healthy lifestyles. Unfortunately, some health administrators and health personnel have become accustomed to the belief that the health system is primarily about them and their sectional concerns. In the process, a glaring truism is often missed. The health system is centrally about the patients who access it. The patient's charter of rights and responsibilities will rightly put the patients at the center stage of the health delivery system. The drawing up and proclamation of this charter will necessarily trigger an informed national conversation on health individually and collectively. Quality assurance in health delivery, which is currently being enhanced, is required practically to be appropriately enthroned. Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly this national conversation will include the financing of health delivery and the matter of value for money. These are subjects on which our government at the administrative and political levels has been reflecting in a focused way. The oft-repeated proposal for a national health insurance system, financed through increased contributions by employers and employees through the National Insurance Services, needs more critical interrogation. Our government is satisfied that a rush to a national health insurance financed through enhanced contributions to the NIS is unwise at this time in an economy and population size, including the employed population that we have in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It is our view that our NIS should focus its attention on its core mandates: retirement, sickness, maternity, and invalidity benefits. It is unlikely that the increased NIS contributions would be able to finance a package of health coverage beyond the most basic or elemental, which has long been the obligation of the state to finance through general taxation. These are our tentative conclusions from our comparative readings upon the subject and from practical advice rendered by informed specialists. Still, users of the health services who have the ability to pay should pay more for what they use. For example, there is no doubt that the private public medical care, including surgical interventions at the Milton Cater Memorial Hospital, is too heavily subsidized by the state at the expense of the poorer sections of our community. The minimal cost recovery by the Milton Cater Memorial Hospital from private patients needs to be examined critically. The beneficiaries of these subsidies, including the better off patients and some of their doctors, are likely to resist sensible reforms in this area, but equity demands reformation. We must maintain the sensible, practical system of private public medical care, but it ought to be reformed. Further, there are too many inefficiencies and waste in the health system which cry out for efficacious attention, particularly at a time when we ought to be doing more with less and to be more cost conscious. Too many aspects of health delivery in our country have continued operationally without change for the better, as they have been since colonial times. This is evident in the delivery of health care at the clinics. There is insufficient consideration at too many clinics for the patient's welfare and convenience of access at certain hours. Too many clinics are inadequately supervised, and some function as though they are islands unto themselves. Finally, I turn to the issue of medical marijuana. It is well established that the abuse and misuse of marijuana has harmful health effects. At the same time, the marijuana plant possesses medical properties, if properly harnessed, have beneficial health applications. At the initiative of our government, CARICOM heads of government have decided to appoint a regional marijuana commission to examine and report upon the matter of medical marijuana as a health pharmaceutical industry. In anticipation of a positive outcome from this commission, our government is in conversation with a Canadian entity on the possible exploration of a medical marijuana industry, including a modern facility for the production of pharmaceuticals for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It is to be noted that already in 23 states in the USA, medical marijuana is an established pharmaceutical industry of economic importance. I turn to housing and lands. Mr. Speaker, the public policy of our government on housing is crystal clear. Housing is a human right, and the state has an obligation to facilitate its citizens with the provision of adequate housing at affordable prices, including constructing within the context of the available resources such housing at a subsidy, particularly for those of its citizens who are economically disadvantaged. We are fundamentally opposed to those who insist that it is not the business of government to be involved in the construction of houses itself, or to do so at a subsidy for anyone, including those who are economically disadvantaged. So we put our marker down in relation to our public policy. In the 2015 budget, there is in the aggregate a provision in the capital estimates of $15 million for the rehabilitation and reconstruction of houses. The four components to this capital provision are housing reconstruction, rehabilitation arising from the natural disasters, and for the Lives to Live housing program, $9.5 million. The Clay Valley housing reconstruction, $3 million. A continuing contribution to the Gibson Corner settlement, $1.6 million. And a contribution to low-income housing, $1 million. Additionally, there is a provision in the capital estimates for community infrastructure, BNTF 7, $5.5 million. And for land purchases by the government, $5 million. In all, therefore, housing and community amenities in the capital budget for 2015 account for $26.9 million, or a whopping 9.1% of the total capital budget of the government. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the Ministry of Housing, in conjunction with NEMO, the HLDC and BRAGSA, did extraordinary work at restoring and rebuilding the housing stock of persons whose houses were damaged or destroyed mainly in the storm of December 2013, and to a lesser extent from the previous adverse weather events, including Hurricane Thomas in 2010. Building materials were distributed to hundreds of affected families, and some 165 houses were either repaired substantially or rebuilt on the existing site or elsewhere under a $20 million project financed partly by resources from Petrocarib and partly from the government itself. In 2015, our government will continue this reconstruction rehabilitation housing program. But there will be an added component, the Lives to Live housing program. This program is directed at assisting persons with physical and mental challenges with the construction of appropriately designed timber houses on an existing family plot, or with the renovation of a room or bathroom facilities at an existing family dwelling. Most of these potential beneficiaries of this program are in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. Some of them have a pronounced physical disability from birth. A significant number has had amputations consequent upon advanced diabetes and so forth. One central fact, though, is that they have lives to live. Our government is determined to assist them in every possible way to live their lives. Adequate housing is one of the ways. Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate housing issues which have arisen as a result of the poor construction of some houses and the attendant faulty infrastructure at Clay Valley have dented somewhat the hitherto solid record of the HLDC under our administration. After all, the HLDC had supervised and caused to be built over 1,200 houses before and after those at Clay Valley, and there have been no serious complaints, save and except in isolated cases about an inadequacy of or poor construction. The houses are therefore all to see at several places, including Fitzhughes, Rose Hall, Peterbodell, Cumberland, Peters Hope, Otley Hall, Hope, the original housing settlement at Green Hill, Connery, Sanssouci, Villa Point, that's the Three Rivers, South Rivers, Byron Manning Village, Langley Park, Sandy Bay, Fancy, and in the Grenadines. Brighton, Diamond. The numbers are just... As the esteemed Vincentian geologist Dr. Robertson reported, the lands at Clay Valley, as distinct from those at Gibson Corner in the 1990s, were not unsuitable for housing. It is evident that some of the private contractors and the technical and supervisory staff at Clay Valley dropped the ball, metaphorically speaking. As soon as the debilitating cracks in a few houses at Clay Valley were brought to the government's attention, we acted swiftly and decisively. The chief engineer, Mr. Brent Bailey, upon examination of the matter, provided an oral and later a written report which pointed to, quote, poor construction and inadequate draining, unquote, as the causal factors for the construction failures. On the basis of that oral report, the government immediately accepted responsibility and proceeded in an open, transparent, and professional manner satisfactory to the affected homeowners at Clay Valley and all objective observers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. BRAGSA was mandated by the government to effect the requisite corrections through independent engineering and construction staff and commence its work. That work is ongoing, and $3 million is accordingly earmarked for this project in the 2015 capital estimates. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Housing is taking all necessary steps to facilitate the further strengthening of the management and operations of HLDC to better carry out its mandates. Our government will continue to execute its sensible and widely accepted housing policy. The deficiencies relating to some houses at Clay Valley, a housing venture of some 60 houses, cannot stain indelibly or at all the excellent housing record of our government, and it will not hamper or divert our commitment to the fullest implementation of our housing policy and programs in the interest of the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I turn to tertiary education, including the community college. Mr. Speaker, one of the undoubted successes of strategic importance of our government is the education revolution. Instituted, elaborated, and implemented across all areas of education and training: early childhood, primary and secondary, technical and vocational, teacher and nursing education, post-secondary and tertiary education, special education, and adult education. The story is well known at home and abroad in informed circles. The Honorable Minister of Education will no doubt in her budget presentation address all facets of our education revolution and the relevant initiatives or activities planned for 2015. For my part today, Mr. Speaker, I shall focus on tertiary education, including our community college. The public policy of our government is to create and sustain the optimal practicable opportunities for all students who possess the appropriate matriculation qualifications to pursue tertiary education in St. Vincent and Grenadines, the Caribbean region, and internationally by face-to-face attendance at universities or colleges, or by way of distance learning utilizing modern information technology. The immediate goal is to have at least one university or college graduate on an average per household by the year 2025, or in the shortest possible time thereafter. We are focusing too on a range of priority areas of study which are vital to national development. Currently, our government spends annually over $30 million on post-secondary and tertiary education, mainly through the following: the Public Service Commission Chief Personnel Officer, $6 million. The Ministry of Finance or UWI, $7 million. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College, $13 million. And the state-owned student loans company, $6 million. Indeed, since 2002, the economically disadvantaged student loan program has assisted over 1,200 students with a loan portfolio thus far of $80 million. In the Caribbean member states, our universities are in Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, and here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. At one of our 4 medical schools, at the UWI Open Campus, or at the community college. Additionally, substantial sums have been and are being received through grants, scholarships, supplied by numerous friendly countries and organizations, including Cuba, Venezuela, Taiwan, Mexico, Brazil, Malaysia, Japan, Canada, the United Kingdom, USA, Russia, Australia, New Zealand, Spain, Dominican Republic, Morocco, Argentina, Turkey, France, Austria, India, the European Union, the Commonwealth, the Organization of American States, and the United Nations. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are 510 students at universities around the world through the direct instrumentality of our government right now. Dozens of others are overseas pursuing studies exclusively through their own private funding. Never in the history of our country has any government mobilized so much resources for education and training, including post-secondary and tertiary education, as our government. Indeed, no other government has ever come close to our own, in its dazzling delivery of efficacious educational outcomes. Still, there are enormous challenges and much more to be done. This is too vital and existential an issue for us as a nation ever to risk stalling, subverting, or going backwards on the education revolution. Whatever lamentations or grumbling there may be on this or that matter, when the political dust is settled, as it always does, a grateful and disciplined people hold steadfast to their educational revolution, its accomplishments, opportunities, and hopefulness for the future. To be sure, a large number of our college and university graduates stay overseas or migrate in search of additional opportunities. Our government accepts this fact with equanimity, given our nation's small size, its islandness, its insufficiency of job opportunities for all the graduates, and our people's historic tendency to migrate, yet remain profoundly committed to their homeland. A central requisite is for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to be able to keep a sufficient number of our graduates to enable our country to develop at the fastest rate possible. We are satisfied that by and large, we are able to retain this level of sufficiency in most technical and professional disciplines. Mr. Speaker, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College is evolving as one of the jewels in our educational crown. What is now a multi-campus integrated college at 3 locations had a humble beginning in the 1990s as an A-level college under the James Mitchell administration. To better streamline, at that time, post-fifth form education in arts, sciences, and general studies, which was offered up to that time only at the grammar school and the girls' high school. The relatively small nursing school, teachers' college, and technical college existed separately and were run by the Ministry of Education. In 2005, our government established the SVG Community College as an integrated college with 4 divisions. The Division of Arts, Sciences, and General Studies, the former A-level college, and the divisions of nursing, teacher, and technical and vocational education. Its central objective is to provide a high quality of post-secondary and tertiary level education at an affordable cost. Its vision and mission statements bear this out. Mr. Speaker, a brief review of the community college's current enrollment, facility expansion, including the physical plan, program development, articulation, and accreditation arrangements, and its strategic thrust will provide attestation of the college's remarkable progress. The SVG Community College has a current student population of 2,442 students, some 4 times the number of students at its 4 component divisions in 2001. The student enrollment numbers for the academic year 2014-2015 are as follows. Division of Arts, Sciences, and General Studies, 1,007 students. Teacher education, 93. Technical and vocational education, 785. Nursing education, 229. Additionally, there's an enrollment of part-time students of 328. The expansion of the physical facilities of the community college, especially at the Villa campus, has been impressive. You know, Mr. Speaker, a number of persons don't even know about the expansion. The original structure for the A-level college was designed for a relatively small enrollment. After 2001, our government expanded the facility with temporary buildings to accommodate an increased influx of students. We finalized all arrangements with the European Union and caused to be built substantially with grant funds, a modern library, fit for an expanding college in the 21st century. Further, last year, again largely with grant funds from the European Union, our government completed an extensive expansion of the Villa campus with an additional 80,000 square feet of floor space. This physical expansion, inclusive of equipment and furniture, was done at a cost of $34 million and includes the following: 3 new lecture theaters with a combined seating capacity of 500, an elegantly designed open but covered performance space, 3 new science laboratories, 1 computer laboratory, a modern language laboratory, a visual arts studio, 11 new classrooms, a student union building with modern cafeteria facilities, an indoor gym and student lounge facilities, a new staff building with staff room, conference room, staff lounge facilities, an exhibition area, the refurbishment of the existing buildings, 2 hard courts and bleachers, a new front enclosure wall, much improved parking and lighting facilities, and a campus ring road. At the St. Vincent the Grenadines School of Nursing at Old Montreal, the buildings and associated facilities were expanded significantly. And the physical plant at the Division of the Technical and Vocational Education has been upgraded and expanded, including its regional prize-receiving ICT facilities. The Teacher Division is now housed at the Villa campus. Mr. Speaker, a bundle of initiatives has been taken at the community college to enhance learning and teaching. These include, in summary form, the following: the development of an engineering computer lab in partnership with the Mustique Charitable Trust, the receipt of laptops under the 1 laptop per student initiative of the government for each first-year student in 3 of the 4 divisions, the unfolding of a new Universal Service Fund SMART project costing about $1 million, the development of 2 new programs in mobile app development and cybersecurity, the provision of 20 Windows-based computers and 20 Mac computers with accompanying software and additional equipment for the e-college unit to better support teaching and learning in the delivery of online courses and the maintenance of an electronic management system, retrofitting of a classroom at the Division of Technical and Vocational Education into the new Computer Smart Laboratory to house new computers for the specialized courses, the provision of a 5-year lease to link the Division of Technical and Vocational Education to the Caribbean Knowledge Learning Network, CaribNet Regional Fiber Optic Educational Network, the launch in 2013 of the CARICOM Education for Employment project at the Division of Technical and Vocational Education in partnership with Dalhousie and Guelph universities in Canada, the focus of which is the enhancing of the delivery of agricultural programs, especially in the areas of food preservation technologies and poultry production. The actualization of an internship arrangement with the Crane Resorts in Barbados since December 2012 for our hospitality students. The opening of a new state-of-the-art refrigeration and air conditioning laboratory of the Division of Technical and Vocational Education, the only one of its kind in the Eastern Caribbean, and will be utilized to facilitate training of local technicians and students and regional training. This laboratory was developed in partnership with the United Nations Environmental Program, the National Ozone Unit of the Ministry of the Environment, and funded by the Multilateral Fund of the Montreal Protocol. We have the continuation of the Postgraduate Diploma in Education franchise from UWI, the commencement in September 2013 of the B.Ed in Social Studies, education for 40 trained teachers. The continuation since 2008 by the Division of Arts, Sciences and General Studies of the franchise UWI Social Sciences Level 1 program. The Division of Teacher Education has been running franchise programs, BA in Guidance and Counseling for Teachers, and the BA in Social Work from the Jamaica Theological College. The franchising from the University of Technology in Jamaica of the Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Studies from 2013 and the Bachelor of Science Nursing from January 2013 for post-registered nurse graduates. Mr. Speaker, the Community College has established Memoranda of Understanding, franchise and articulation arrangements with the following 16 universities, colleges and agencies. University of the West Indies, University of Technology, the Jamaica Theological Seminary, the University of Trinidad and Tobago, St. Mary's University, Monroe College, Prince Edward Island University, McMaster University, Walden University, Dalhousie University, Confederation College, University of Guelph, Humber Institute, Nova Scotia Community College, Association of Community Colleges, and the Association of Caribbean Tertiary Institutions. These arrangements manifest themselves through staff exchanges, joint projects and research, offering of franchise degree programs, and articulation of academic programs. In November 2013, the Community College was officially recognized by the National Accreditation Board as a duly registered educational institution in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and is in the accreditation process. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the wide range of full-time study programs offered by the Community College, there's an increasing number of offerings for part-time students, namely 3 degree programs, 4 associate degree programs, 2 certificate level programs, 5 15-week enrichment courses in several subject areas of relevance to living and production, such as events planning, food and beverage, introduction to plumbing, blueprint reading and cost estimation, and basic computer repairs. Mr. Speaker, in going forward, the Community College is actively engaged in a focused, mature discussion with the University of the West Indies on a proposal to become a college of UWI. This is a signal that our community college is held in very high regard by our region's premier university. The future looks bright for the community college under our administration as it seeks to improve further its quality controls, provide greater access to tertiary education to our students, enhance leadership capabilities of the staff, enhance its linkages to industry and production, become more responsible to students' needs, develop its research potential, and continue to harness ICT so as to uplift its work. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to citizen security. The central obligation of the state is to provide an optimal framework in all practicable circumstances for the safety and security of its citizens, residents, and visitors. This means, among other things, that the state must deliver an acceptable level of policing and citizen security services to all persons found within the state's territorial boundaries. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the principal citizen security institutions are the police force, the Coast Guard, the fire service, the prisons, the financial intelligence unit, and allied state entities such as the National Commission on Crime Prevention, the Passport and Immigration Department, the Customs and Excise Department, and the Directorate of Airports. These national institutions are supported by regional and international security agencies such as the Regional Security System, the Implementation Agency for Crime and Security Impacts, Interpol, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, appropriate United Nations agencies, hemispheric security arrangements through the OAS, and bilateral security arrangements with traditional allies, including the USA and the United Kingdom. The coercive arm of the state is buttressed in its lawful activities by an array of independent judicial institutions, such as the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Magistracy, the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, and the externally located Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. Together, all these national, regional, international bodies are responsible for the maintenance of law, order, and citizen security. The size and cost of the national security apparatus of the state has increased significantly between 2001 and 2015. In 2001, the St. Vincent and Grenadines Police Force comprised 665 police personnel and cost $13.4 million to run. In 2005, there are 891 police officers at a cost of $27.6 million to operate, more than twice the cost of the police service. And the same data you go through for the fire service, the Coast Guard, the story is the same. In the aggregate in 2001, there were 880 members in the police force, fire service, Coast Guard, and prisons. Today, the aggregate number is 1,219, or 38% more. The total cost of running those four security agencies in 2001 was $17.86 million. In 2015, the comparable cost is $39.26 million, or 115% more than in 2001. These are impressive numbers, indicating our government's commitment to strengthening and adequately resourcing the security apparatus of the state in this our dangerous neighborhood. Not only have the numbers of police officers increased appreciably, so too the training has been enhanced markedly. To begin with, there is more extensive specialized training for police officers than ever before at regional and international institutions. Further, the formal educational level for entry into the police force has risen significantly. Moreover, almost one-half of the police officers are currently engaged in upgrading their educational qualifications through distance and face-to-face learning. Indeed, 24 police officers are university graduates, and several more are currently pursuing university education at the undergraduate or postgraduate levels. Correspondingly, the salaries of the police personnel in the Coast Guard, in the police force, Coast Guard, fire service, and prisons have risen sharply since 2001, ranging for various ranks from between 50% to 80%. Over the last 14 or so years, and a special effort has been made to rebuild or renovate substantially the police stations across our country. New, modern, spacious, and well-appointed police stations have been built at Canawan, Georgetown, Kittels, and Bayaboo. Police stations have been rebuilt or substantially renovated at Rose Hall, Retreat, Layou, Barely, Old Montrose, the police headquarters, Mesopotamia, Caliacos, Stubbs, Sandy Bay, Oya, among others. Modern communications equipment have been installed at most police stations. The fleet of police vehicles has been enhanced, and in the last 3 months, 8 brand new twin cab pickups were purchased at a cost of over $800,000. Further, police bases, permanent or mobile, has been established at the so-called hotspots, Otley Hall, Glen, and Fountainbelay, much to the appreciation of all the residents in those communities. At the Coast Guard, there has also been a significant upgrade of the plant and equipment through the instrumentality of the USA's Caribbean Basin Security Initiative. A modern Coast Guard base has been constructed strategically at Canawan, and 2 modern Coast Guard vessels were donated. Mr. Speaker, the broad framework for combating crime is that which Parliament approved in a detailed motion in February 2003. Work plans consistent with the elements of the broad framework have been drawn up, reviewed, and amended on an ongoing basis as the circumstances demand. These plans cover every facet of policing and crime fighting, including institutional reforms in the police force itself, management and leadership, effective operations, specialist police interventions, intelligence gathering and analysis, and community policing. Mr. Speaker, it is axiomatic that criminal activities undermine social order. Since every society has experienced crime, no society has entirely solved the problem of social disorder. The fallen nature of human beings and the harmful impulses or impacts arising from the limitations or imperfections of society itself conspire to make crime a universal phenomenon. The consideration always is what level of crime does society consider to be tolerable, even while it considers all crime to be unacceptable. The very complexities of criminal behavior suggest that the search for a silver bullet solution is illusory. Those who advocate a veritable anvil and hammer approach to bend an errant human nature to their will are likely to fail. At the same time, those who deny an individual responsibility for crime and seek explanations exclusively or largely from any failure or doubtful behavior of society in general miss an essential point. It is not the behavior of society that has to be explained as constituting the causal link to crime. It is the behavior of individuals in society who commit crimes which demands the explanation, and thus appropriate strategic policy interventions, applications, and tactical initiatives. Scientific observations, not abstract musings, tell us the following basic facts about those who commit violent crimes. The most common offenders are young males. Those who are frequently violent criminals usually do not perform well at school. Often they have had poor parenting or come from dysfunctional homes. They tend to be ill-equipped for the discipline of everyday productive work. They crave easy money and are motivated by an insatiable greed, and are prepared to rob, maim or kill to satisfy this quest for easy money or greed. And they tend to emerge from or belong to a subculture of crime, not necessarily a gang, but a network of relations which enthrones personal selfishness and a dog-eat-dog approach to life. These observable traits of violent criminals reflect the very nature of human beings in a social context and their propensity to commit crimes for which they, not society, are personally responsible. Serious violent crimes in our country are in evidence in our dangerous neighborhood, which facilitates the trafficking in high-priced narcotics, especially cocaine and small arms. These crimes are committed by a relatively small number of young males with identifiable attributes which we have sketched above. Violent economic crimes are invariably authored by more mature masterminds whose hands are invisible to the uninformed observer. The all-encompassing war on violent crimes and criminals has a multiplicity of components: prevention, detection, conviction, punishment, and rehabilitation. Each of these components has dedicated structures to address them. Thus, prevention calls forth the family, the school, the church, the media, civil society, and other entities, such as the broad-based National Commission on Crime Prevention, the Cadet Corps, Pan Against Crime, police youth clubs, guides, and scouts. Crime prevention is also fundamentally the business of the police force. Mr. Speaker, the statistics on crime for the year 2014 show that generally crime is down compared to the immediately preceding years, save and except in the area of recorded murders, in which a record number 37 has been committed, an entirely intolerable situation. A detailed examination of these homicides shows that at least 19 of them were committed in pursuance of the cocaine trade and with firearms in 2 geographical areas. Indeed, there was a series of tit-for-tat killings by 2 factions in a cocaine transaction importation which generated an internecine struggle. Members of law-abiding society were essentially bystanders to this criminal spike, in which the greedy, violent combatants killed one another. Let us look deeper at the statistics for homicide in 2013 and 2014. The comparative statistics on homicides, particularly murders for 2013 and 14, tell instructive tales. In the year 2013, there were 25 recorded murders. In these 25 murders, firearms were used in 10, 40% of them. In 11 or 44% of the cases, the instrument of death was the cutlass or sharp instrument such as a knife. The police revealed that in 2013, of the 25 homicides, 10 or 40% was a result of a vendetta. 8 or 32% were as a consequence of a domestic dispute or altercation. 2 was a result of robberies. And 1 as a direct result of a drug transaction gone awry. In 18 or 72% of the 25 cases of homicide in 2013, murder charges were laid. 7 or 28% remain unsolved. By international standards, the percentage rate for those charged for homicide thus far for 2013 is above average. By regional comparators, this percentage of homicides solved is commendable. Still, there's much work to be done in this respect. In the year 2014, there were 37 listed murders out of a total of 43 homicides. The police have advised that 19 or 51% of these cases, which are listed as murders, was a result of a drug transaction or gang violence connected to a dangerous drug transaction. In 8% of the 37 murder cases in 2014, the police are yet to determine the actual reason or motive for the crime. 6 of the 37 murders was a consequence of a domestic dispute or other altercation. 3 of them were because of a vendetta. In 27 of the recorded murders, of the 37 recorded murders in 2014, the victims died from gunshot wounds. The other means of murder in the other 10 cases in 2014 were blunt or sharp instruments. The statistics show that the gun and drug trafficking, particularly in cocaine, are the fulcrum around which violent crimes revolve. To be sure, there are other impulses or motives for the commission of homicides, including those relating to an absence of a sufficient restraint. But drug trafficking and guns are overwhelmingly the toxic mix. An enhanced focus must thus be placed on these. Some policy initiatives on these issues are already in place and others are being elaborated. Mr. Speaker, last month, I had a lengthy conversation in the cabinet room with a large gathering of farmers from across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. One of the main issues which they highlighted was the unbearable extent of predial larceny. The consultation arrived at certain conclusions in the presence of the Commission of Police, which our government has accepted as public policy to be implemented. These conclusions are a more rigorous and consistent implementation of the regulations relating to the farmers' registration system, the requisite of better policing of predial larceny, including a better utilization of the 20 rural constables located at the various police stations, a much more serious and urgent follow-up of farmers' complaints of theft of their crops and animals, including the heightening of police checks on the roads and at Port Kingston when agricultural commodities are being exported, and the convening of magistrates' courts on evenings to better accommodate farmers and their witnesses in cases of predial larceny. I turn, Mr. Speaker, to an update on BICO and CLICO. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the BICO-CLICO meltdown has deeply hurt the economies of our currency union and brought significant sustained damage to the policyholders. Indeed, it is one of the factors for the slow recovery of our currency union following the Great Recession. As chairman of the Monetary Council Ministerial Subcommittee on Insurance, I have labored long and hard in our efforts to craft and deliver some resolution to this vexing issue. As a consequence, thousands of traditional policyholders have had their policies saved and transferred to another insurer. Under the ECCU, policyholders' relief paid out directly to policyholders. In the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the payouts include the following: Phase 1, 716 policyholders were paid a total of $4.5 million. Phase 2, 406 policyholders were paid a total of $5.5 million. Phase 3, 503 policyholders were paid a total of $15.2 million. It was our expectation, based on commitments given at the CARICOM Heads of Government last year, a further disbursement should have been made by the government of Trinidad and Tobago by July 2014. Unfortunately, no disbursements were received in 2014. As a consequence, we deeply regret that we are unable to complete Phase 3 of the ECCU Policyholders Relief Program as planned. We will complete Phase 3 as soon as the funds become available. In the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, an additional 128 policyholders would be paid $3.1 million. Thereafter, we will shift our focus to Phase 4, which includes policyholders over $30,000 and some institutional investors. In respect of CLICO, the ECCU governments have put forward an alternative proposal to what appears to be a Barbados First proposal announced by the government of Barbados and the judicial manager for the restructuring of Colonial International Life, CIL. This alternative proposal was discussed with the judicial manager and representatives of the government of Barbados in July 2014. Notwithstanding the limited information about policyholder liabilities, the proposal from the ECCU governments was intended to be the basis for a discussion about an alternative to any Barbados First solution. At the end of this meeting in July, the parties agreed to continue the discussions regarding an alternative proposal, but regrettably no such progress was made. The alternative strategy makes provision for the following: transfer of business to a new company, whereby the adjusted policy liabilities and all Colonial International Life assets deemed to have value by the judicial manager in his most recent report to the High Court would be transferred to a new company at fair value. Further, traditional policyholders will be made whole through a combination of their share of the CIL assets and a contribution from the government of Barbados. And EFPA policyholders to be repaid in equal installments over 10 years. It is important to remind everyone that the alternative ECCU proposal is consistent with our guiding principle from the outset of the BICO-CLICO debacle, that it is a regional problem that requires a regional solution. Consequently, any Barbados First proposal would not be consistent with this principle. At this stage, the governments of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union are awaiting word from the government of Barbados and the judicial manager on this alternative proposal. However, we have become aware through various media reports that the judicial manager considers the proposal to be impractical. We trust that the judicial manager will see it fit to address these comments to the ECCU governments directly so that the long-awaited dialogue can continue. We are also mindful that the judicial manager of CLICO in Barbados has recommended to the High Court that CLICO be placed into liquidation. This matter will go before the court sometime shortly. The governments of the Currency Union are resolute in their determination to protect the interests of the policyholders in this long-standing issue, which has deeply hurt the economy of the Currency Union and wrought great hardship to the policyholders. Finally, we express appreciation to the government of Trinidad and Tobago for partnering with the governments of the Currency Union to help in the resolution of this regional problem, particularly regarding BICO, and urge it to fulfill its commitment in the shortest possible time. From my very recent conversations with the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and also the Minister of Finance, I fully expect them to meet their commitment in a timely fashion. I turn briefly to the National Insurance Services. Mr. Speaker, the NIS, which has served our nation well and is in relatively sound actuarial condition, nevertheless has several challenges which must be successfully addressed in order to ensure a sustainable social security system. These include population aging, a maturing plan, a generously designed plan reflected in a relatively low contribution rate, young retirement age, and front-loaded benefit formulae. Accordingly, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has embarked on several far-reaching changes to contribution, benefit, and other systemic provisions. Currently, an external review is being conducted on the National Insurance Fund to quantify the impact of the recently adopted parametric reform measures. Mr. Speaker, the NIS has strong positives in its major design parameters and achievements, assessed between the years 2000 and 2013. In terms of, 1, an excellent level of insurance coverage measured by the ratio of ceiling to average insurable wages. 2, minimum flow of income protection, coverage for total employed persons estimated at around 80% of the employees. Investment diversification measured in terms of percentage of assets held with the government, a marked improvement with an exposure declining from 71% in 2000 to 26% in 2013. 4, percentage of assets held in deposits, 79% in 2000 to 24% locally, indicating a better match of NIS assets to liabilities. And 5, 93% of assets held locally in 2000 compared to 58% in 2013. For the year 2015, the strategic focus and major initiatives of the NIS are to further de-risk and diversify the investment portfolio across different assets, economic sectors and geographic regions, complete the infrastructural development of the lands at Peters Hope for a project involving 105 housing lots, ranging from 5,800 square feet to 10,800 square feet. A focused program of collecting contribution arrears, including for the private sector, which stands at $8.1 million. Extending the coverage to vulnerable groups, improve service performance, supporting all around socioeconomic development, and further improving management and effecting savings on administrative costs. The 9th actuarial assessment of the National Insurance Fund is currently being undertaken and is scheduled to be completed in April 2015. Meanwhile, our government will continue to implement the parametric reforms announced in 2013 and continue to dialogue with the relevant stakeholders on the associated issue of pension reform in the public sector. I turn to the public debt. Mr. Speaker, St. Vincent and Grenadines' public debt was estimated at $1.51 billion as at the 30th of September 2014, the equivalent of 77.6% of GDP. This figure was $131 million, 9.4% more than the outstanding debt of $1.38 billion as at September 2013. The increase was mainly on the external debt, which moved from $775.9 million as at September 2013 to $882.7 million in September 2014, an increase of 14%. The domestic debt increased by a modest 4.8% and stood at $631.2 million at the end of September 2014. The increase in the external debt during 2014 was attributed to 2 major factors. First, loan financing for construction of the Argyle International Airport meant that there were substantial disbursements on loans from the Alba Bank, the Bank of Nova Scotia, and the CARICOM Development Fund. The total disbursements from these sources for the airport project exceeded $110 million during this one-year period. Secondly, there were substantial drawdowns on loans used to finance rehabilitation and other responses to the several weather-related events which have impacted the country over the last few years. For this category, there were disbursements of $17.6 million from the IMF Rapid Credit Facility, $6.2 million from the World Bank for the Regional Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, and $2.3 million from the Caribbean Development Bank for Hurricane Thomas rehabilitation. One of the major issues with the domestic debt is the increase in the payables which we have experienced over the last few years. Most of these payables related to amounts due to statutory cooperation and state-owned institutions and to regional organizations. Of the $69 million in outstanding payables at the end of September 2014, approximately 60% was due to public sector bodies and regional institutions, 25% to the local private sector, and 15% to the foreign private sector. Government is cognizant of the adverse impact which such a level of payables is having on both public and private enterprises and has been taking measures to substantially reduce this debt. In the latter part of 2014, we passed an act in this Honorable House to permit the government to borrow up to $15 million from the NIS in order to finance the arrears. There was a similar arrangement in 2013 which allowed the government to reduce its arrears to both NIS and VINLEC. Servicing the public debt will cost $167.79 million in 2015, including loan amortization of $101.49 million and contributions to the sinking fund of $12.7 million. This means that debt servicing is expected to account for 31% of current revenue in 2015, higher than we would wish it to be. It is therefore of utmost importance that we further develop strategies for proper management of the debt to permit us to reduce servicing costs and identify any risks inherent in the public debt portfolio. The outstanding public debt is projected to reach $1.64 billion, or 82% of GDP in 2015, before gradually declining over the medium term, as there will be no external borrowing in relation to financing the completion of the Argyle International Airport after 2015. Total public debt is expected to decline to 68.4% of GDP by 2020 and reach the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank's target of 60% by 2024. The government, with the technical assistance, I've given you both issues, The government, with the technical assistance from IMF, World Bank, and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, has conducted a medium-term debt strategy analysis. Based on this medium-term debt strategy document, which outlines our debt management objectives and plans for achieving these objectives, has been drafted and will be finalized during the year. This medium-term debt strategy represents government's commitment to carrying out its debt management objectives by implementing best practices aimed at maintaining medium to long-term debt sustainability. The financial sector development. Mr. Speaker, the ECCU financial system is exhibiting symptoms of stress, largely as a result of the recent economic and financial crisis globally and the slow recovery of the currency union economies. Issues of liquidity, asset quality, and weak expenditure governance at some institutions and the slow pace of economic recovery continue to contribute to the vulnerability of the banking sector in the currency union. Notwithstanding these symptoms, the ECCU financial system has recently been assessed as stable, but with elements of fragility. This stability is derived from a number of inherent features, including the strength of the EC dollar, the efficiency of the payment and settlement systems, improvement in liquidity, and a general show of public confidence. The regulatory and supervisory authorities in the currency union continue to work towards financial system reform. The way forward includes the implementation of the components of the currency union's comprehensive resolution strategy and the 8-point stabilization and growth program. Indeed, the Monetary Council of the Currency Union has recommended to member governments the implementation of a comprehensive strategy to strengthen the resilience of the currency union's financial system, including measures to stabilize problem banks, legislative reforms, and the establishment of institutions to provide financial safety nets. As part of its legislative reform, the central bank has submitted draft amendments to the ECCB Agreement Act and the Banking Act. It is envisioned that the updated legislation will be enacted in member territories by February this year. I intend to have the parliamentary calendar for these two important measures. Resource requirement. Total expenditure for 2015 is estimated at $971.37 million, comprising of current expenditure of $560.8 million, capital expenditure of $296.35 million, amortization of $101.49 million, and contributions to a sinking fund of $12.7 million. Funding these expenditure in a timely and efficacious manner will require creativity from the government. It will be a challenge which demands the most prudent implementation of priorities on the expenditure side and more efficient collection of revenues and robust public administration. On the current account, the budgeted deficit is $28.5 million. This deficit can be eliminated by application of an expenditure management program to restrict expenditure to no more than 95% of the budget. Additionally, we plan to pursue a rigorous arrears reduction program to collect a part of the considerable sum of tax arrears due to the Inland Revenue Department. We thus expect that current revenue will exceed the estimated amount of $532.34 million in the 2015 estimates. Financing of the capital budget will come from a mixture of grants, loans, and capital revenue. Total grants expected for the year amounts to $62.8 million, including $30.1 million from the European Union, $10 million from the government of Ecuador, $8.64 million from the Republic of China and Taiwan, $5.13 million from the Caribbean Development Bank, and $4.15 million from the Climate Investment Fund. Drawdowns on existing loans during 2015 are expected to amount to $72.46 million, mainly from the Caribbean Development Bank in the amount of $26.63 million, either in the amount of $18 million, the government of Venezuela $14.5 million, and the Republic of China $6.83 million. Other sources of funding for the capital budget include domestic borrowings of $71.07 million, sale of assets $25.65 million, which represents the final installment of the $9.5 million due on the land sale at Canawan, a contribution of $16.5 million expected from Petrocaribe, and the sale of Crongland of $1 million. As usual, we intend to source other funds which have not been specifically provided for in the estimates because no firm agreement has been reached at the time of the preparation of the estimates. In this regard, the government is actively pursuing other grants and loans from friendly governments and multilateral institutions. We are also examining the feasibility of sale of other state assets which can earn substantial revenue for the consolidated fund and spur wealth creation. Fiscal measures. One of the pillars of our fiscal strategy is the promotion of fiscal consolidation through expenditure rationalization and revenue growth. We have been careful not to introduce any onerous tax measure, and for the most part, we have managed to reduce tax rates for individuals and corporations, while increasing revenue through improved tax administration. Where increases in taxation have become necessary, these have been carefully crafted and properly justified. It is within this context I propose the following tax measures. The first relates to the tarification of products listed under Article 164 of the Revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. Article 164 of the Revised Treaty of Chaguaramas grants the less developed countries, LDCs, of CARICOM the right to exempt certain products originating within CARICOM from preferential treatment for a temporary period. This exclusion was allowed in order to promote industrial development and an absorptive capacity to enable LDCs to increase their participation in CARICOM trade as a means of generating economies of scale, to assist us really with our own domestic production. Currently, St. Vincent and Grenadines regulates the importation of Article 164 commodities through its licensing regime. However, in compliance with other international commitments, COTED has mandated that the licenses be used only for statistical and administrative purposes and not to regulate or administer quota control. COTED has recommended that tariffication of Article 4 products can be used instead of licenses. Accordingly, I propose to introduce additional tariffs on Article 164 commodities, beginning with beer, malt, aerated waters, and gradually extend to other commodities. The full list of the Article 164 commodities is shown in Annex 2. That is to help to protect us here. The rates to be applied and the timetable for doing so will be announced during the year. Second, customs service charge. Over the years, especially since the onset of the global economic crisis of 2008 and continuing, the government has built up substantial arrears with regional and international organizations, as I've indicated before, including those dealing with our trading arrangements such as WTO, CARICOM, and the OECS. I must say that this is not the case only of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but for other countries of the OECS and CARICOM. We have taken steps to reduce the level of arrears to regional organizations and had significantly reduced the debt due to these organizations during the 2014 fiscal year. In order to raise additional revenue, to assist in the further reduction of arrears to regional organizations, and to assist in meeting our ongoing commitments to them, I propose to increase the customs service charge from 4% to 5%. I'm also reminding importers that the customs service charge will only be waived in exceptional circumstances, and persons receiving duty-free concessions must pay the customs service charge. Mr. Speaker, this proposed increase in the customs service charge is in accord with a decision of the OECS authority last year to dedicate an increase in this charge or other tax imposition to ensure the sustainability of the relevant regional trade and security and similar institutions. This measure will be implemented as soon as we conclude with our debates and is expected to yield $8 million in revenue. Excise and duty on tobacco products is the third measure. Figures by the World Health Organization show that of all CARICOM countries with a specific excise duty on cigarettes, St. Vincent and Grenadines has the lowest rate. In fact, the percentage of excise duty in the final retail price of a 20-stick pack of cigarette in St. Vincent was 2.2% compared with other countries ranging from Dominica at 10.4% and to St. Lucia at 48.6%. It'd be good if those who smoke listen to this carefully. Those in the house, that is. As we are all aware, tobacco is a major risk factor for the 4 non-communicable diseases in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, namely cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer, and chronic respiratory disease. It is in this context that I propose to increase the rate of excise duty on cigarettes from 55 cents to $1.55 per 100 sticks. This measure is estimated to yield an additional $500,000 in revenue. The what? It will also help to fulfill our obligations as a signatory to the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Consumption, which includes the implementation of tax policies and pricing policies on tobacco products to contribute to the health objective aimed at reducing tobacco consumption. Mr. Speaker, our government has expanded enormously fiscal and other incentives for the private sector, including farmers and fisherfolk, who are engaged in wealth and job-creating business activities, especially in agriculture, fisheries, tourism, and manufacturing. Some investors or potential investors do not sufficiently know about or access these fiscal and other incentives. I announce them, publicize them, and the information is further available from the Ministries of Finance, Agriculture, Industry, Fishing, Information Technology, and state agencies such as Invest SVG and the tourism authorities. I urge investors or potential investors to access this huge bundle of fiscal and other incentives. Mr. Speaker, in my concluding comments, our government has an ambitious, relevant, practical, and achievable set of ongoing programs and fresh initiatives for the year 2015. I expect support from the overwhelming majority of the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I would be surprised, though, if the parliamentary opposition offer any support whatsoever, even on the huge bundle of policies and programs which all right-thinking persons would consider to be good, meritorious, and in the interest of the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I am sure that our government, as it completes its 14th year in office, the vast majority of Vincentians at home and abroad would conclude that, metaphorically speaking, a very good hand has been played by us in difficult circumstances. Ours has been overall a government of monumental achievements. Thus far, even though some tasks could have been more optimally implemented. Our government, Mr. Speaker, is possessed of the high ideals, principles, and practices of good governance. This we have repeatedly demonstrated. Moreover, we are motivated by a profound love for our people and our nation, especially the less fortunate among us. We find compelling and comforting the words of the psalmist, "Blessed is he who has regard for the weak. The Lord delivers him in times of trouble. The Lord will protect him and preserve his life. He will bless him in the land and not surrender him to the desire of his fold." We take to heart, in humility and grace, the several thousands of verses in the Bible on the poor and God's response to injustice. This is recognized to be the second and most important theme of the Hebrew Scriptures in the Old Testament, second only to idolatry, and often the two were shown to be related. And the New Testament is replete with references to help the poor, the marginalized, and the disadvantaged. Our government has incorporated all of this into our belief systems and has in practice followed the injunction of applying our hearts to wisdom. In the process, our government has emerged as a champion of social justice and committed to righting historic wrongs. This is not about politics, it is about humanity. An objective survey of our government's performance will attest to this. So too are these precepts reflected in the practical policies and programmatic details of the 2015 budget. They cover every field of public policy and government's endeavors. Moreover, every single group has had their condition addressed, as is evident in the policies and proposals to uplift the poor and the indigent, the working people, the farmers and the fisherfolk, the owner-account operators, the entrepreneurs, the public servants, the children and mothers, the youth and the elderly, the women, persons at risk, and persons with special needs. Mr. Speaker, our country has commendably reduced indigence from 25.7% of the population in 1996 to 2.9% in 2009, according to the studies by the Kyrie consultants, and having slashed undernourishment from 20% of the population in 1995 to 4.9% in 2012, according to the assessment of the Food and Agricultural Organization. And we are poised to move to zero hunger. Indeed, that is an alive objective of our government, and the 2015 budget takes us closer to that goal. The general package of policies, including those related to job and wealth creation and targeted strategic interventions, are the instruments being utilized to achieve zero hunger. Mr. Speaker, one of the proudest moments of my prime ministership was my acceptance, on behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, on June the 16, 2013 in Rome, of a special award by the FAO for our country's extraordinary achievement. Among an elite group of 18 countries worldwide, to have achieved the twin goals of the United Nations Millennium Development Goals and the Food and Agricultural Organization's World Food Summit target of more than halving the number of hungry or undernourished people, absolutely and proportionately between 1992 and 2012. In his assessment, the Director General of the FAO, Jose Graciano de Silva, declared, quote, "These countries, including St. Vincent and the Grenadines, are leading the way to a better future. They have proved that with strong political will, coordination, and cooperation, it is possible to achieve rapid and lasting reductions in hunger." In his letter to me, dated the 23rd of May, 2013, the FAO director pointedly referred to, quote, "the success achieved by your country in combating hunger and making outstanding progress in guaranteeing food security for your citizens," unquote. In the weeks following the special FAO award to St. Vincent and Grenadines, I outlined our government's policies on fighting poverty and achieving zero hunger in a 38-page paper which was published in a local newspaper entitled "The War Against Poverty and Undernourishment in St. Vincent and the Grenadines Towards Zero Hunger." Further, our government has engaged a consultant to prepare an updated national strategy on fighting poverty. The consultant's final report is due shortly. Mr. Speaker, the public sector policies in quest of our people's all-round development are not driven only by the central government, but by an array of public enterprises, including National Properties Limited, VINLEC, CWSA, BRAGSA, the IADC, the National Parks and Beaches Authority, the National Fisheries Company, Petrocarib Limited, the Community College, the Student Loan Company, the Farmers Support Company, the NIS, the Tourism Authority, Invest SVG, the Financial Services Authority, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Carnival Development Corporation, and the National Lotteries Authority. All these agencies with the central government are directing the way in which you're helping to carry forward the policies and programs of the government. Take the last name entity, the National Lotteries Authority, the NLA. It has grown significantly since 2001, particularly after our government placed it on a sound institutionalized footing as an independent statutory authority. The National Lotteries Authority has been doing impressive work, not only in its central mandates in sports and culture, but in supporting endeavors in health and education. The National Lottery Authority's transformation of Victoria Park and its contribution to the construction of playing fields at Park Hill and South Rivers and to Vincy Mass are examples of its towering contribution. In 2015, the National Lottery Authority has concrete plans to upgrade a number of playing fields, including those at Cumberland, Hope, Penniston, Richland Park, and Chile. Mr. Speaker, an important contribution to the process of preparing the estimates and budget for 2015 was a series of consultations with relevant stakeholders. I personally held consultations with the public sector unions, the farmers and fisherfolk, the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, noted professionals and entrepreneurs, and with the public over radio. Several of their suggestions and insights find their way into my presentation today. I thank them all. They would recognize their handiwork in many of the policies and proposals herein. Yet again, I wish every Vincentian a happy and productive New Year 2015. I know there was overwhelming contentment over the recent Christmas-New Year season. I'm aware too that at that time there were also disappointments and pain and suffering by many. Then an awful tragedy at Rock Gutter struck the nation. January the 12th, 2015 will be forever etched in our people's memory. Recovery from this will take a long time, particularly for the families affected in the community of Fancy. So, in the year ahead, we have additional challenges and burdens. But we always remember that we have our strengths, possibilities, and God's abundant blessings. I'm obliged. Thank you. What? You said so last time, you know. When you see this, I'm coming at you up there. Wait. The time you're losing plenty support.
Prime Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Continue.
I think the honourable member wanted to stay a little longer than.
I thought we were going to start debate tonight.
Mr. Speaker, we start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Yes. Tomorrow morning. We start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Accordingly, I beg to move that this Honourable House do stand suspended until 9 in the morning.
Honourable members, the question is, this Honourable House to stand suspended until 9 tomorrow morning. As many of that opinion say aye, many of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. House stands suspended.
Shining through just for you. Star